Okay. Very good morning to all of you. Anybody, by the way, before we start, anybody who does not have the printout of the handout? Acha, okay. I think up 5 copies, है ना? अभी just please raise your hands properly in case you don't have it. क्योंकि थोड़ा सा you will have to follow the class. Fine. ठीक है. Now, the people who are watching this online, I hope some of you are here and able to see and watch. Fine. Now, this is the Polity 1.0 class. Of course, this is the second iteration of the class. Some of you, and in fact, I should say many of you, have already completed it for the first time. In case somebody is rewatching the class again, the topic for today's class remain the same, right? In fact, if you would have followed the previous class, okay, that class, the handout is around 69 pages. Right now, this handout is on 52 pages because in today's class, I'll be starting with the very first topic of Constitution, and I will be ending at federalism, okay? Again, there are topics related to defection, parliament, etc., which we'll be doing in the extra class. So today's class, the topics that we have to cover is from the very first topic of what is the Constitution, and we go till what is federalism, and we end it what is fiscal federalism, okay? So that is one part I just want to clarify. When we have an extra class, that part I will tell you, and that will be common to the many students that have already done Polity 1.0, okay? Now, see, the topics that you will see in Polity 1.0, very much conceptual topics are there, right from the beginning and the starting of what is Constitution. When we do what is Constitution, we also do what is constitutional morality. We also see journey of Indian Constitution. Post that, we move to Preamble. Then we talk about the basic structure doctrine, the various important amendments to the Constitution. Comparison of the Constitution, fundamental rights, and we cover fundamental rights in a lot of detail, which means what is fundamental rights? Yes, we should know, but individually, right from the very first the topic, which means we start with reservation, then we talk about sedition, we talk about capital punishment. All these are individual topics. We also move into what is right to privacy, and in that we'd also see what is DNA testing, okay? Then we also see in some recent times what are personality rights, okay? So I'm just giving you an overview of the topics we're going to do. So fundamental rights is something we cover, which is followed by the directive principles of state policy, followed by fundamental duties. Then we have an important topic, that is the separation of powers, and with that we will also see checks and balances. And lastly, we will talk about federalism. Within federalism, all the types of it, cooperative federalism, right, confrontational federalism, fiscal federalism, all of this part we will do, okay? Now, whenever we are preparing from mains perspective, when I'm talking of polity, and that is how we were going to go ahead in the format, is see, your handout is descriptive. Why is that? Because there are many things that you would have done in prelims in Lakshmikant are also repeated here, okay? But the format, what we are going to follow is, for all the major topics, I will be drawing a simple mind map, okay? Whatever mind maps I am drawing, I would ask you to also draw it with me, okay? In fact, you could take some seconds after I'm done drawing, then you draw it. If you are even thorough with that mind map, that particular topic, you'll be able to answer very well, okay? Now, some of the factual details, let's say some of the articles or provisions will also be there in the handout. That will be used for our revision, okay? So the handout of polity is in a manner that, for example, any topic, let's say if I'm talking of Constitution. So one is the basic mind map that I'm drawing, that we will be actively drawing. I will be explaining this to you. I will try to give you examples. I'll try to simplify it, okay? Wherever important relevant articles are there, I will also be mentioning this. Now, talking of articles, one thing you have to remember, you may not be able to remember all the articles in one go, right? The more you revise it, and when you are closer to prelims, this is when your articles recalling gets better. So for example, if I say article, let's say 123, what comes to your mind? Ordinance. And I flip article 123, if I say article 213, what comes to your mind? At the level of governor. Okay. For example, when I say article 148, we say CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. So this article wala part you will get slowly steadily better. Some articles you may know, some of them you may not know. Okay. But do not worry too much here. Same goes with the Supreme Court cases, right? Now in polity, if I have to convey anything, for example, there is a topic mentioned here, constitutional morality, right? One is I can give a very basic definition of what is constitutional morality. Another thing is, if I mention, let's say the Navteej Johar case, that is a case that talks about how constitutional morality supersedes the social morality. That will add at least 1 mark to my answer. So in the relevant aspect, see, for example, I say preamble. In preamble, we will talk about the Berubari Union versus Keshavanand Bharati case. When I say basic structure doctrine, I need to know some important cases. Shankari Prasad case, Golaknath case. So right now, when we are doing the topic, I will be focusing more on the essence of it. What is the core essence, let's say in one line, about Golaknath case? But the more you revise it, this part you will get better at it. Similarly, all the major amendments that have happened right from the first Constitutional Amendment Act, we will go step by step. Okay. For example, when I tell you first Constitutional Amendment Act, this is also a question that has appeared in prelims. Anybody remembers what is this related to? First Constitutional Amendment? Many of you are saying 9th schedule. That is the correct answer. Why was 9th schedule there? So for the implementation of land reforms, whatever was put in the 9th schedule would have been beyond the scrutiny of judiciary. And the moment I say land reforms, I say judiciary. Again, when I discuss this topic, amendments, this topic is related to basic structure doctrine, and this topic is also related to the tussle between FR and DPSP. This also we will examine. Fine. In fact, when we do amendments, we will also quickly be going through what is 99th Amendment. What is that? NJAC, National Judicial Appointments Commission. So one by one we will have a look at. Okay, so for example, we will today critically analyze Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Now which amendment is that? 106. Similarly, we will see 105, 104, so on and so forth. So this is also an important aspect. Then almost every year in the recent times, you will see a comparison. Compare UK to India. Then for example, we will see UK is known for parliamentary sovereignty. And Indian case is a mix of the judicial review as well as the parliamentary sovereignty. In our case, it is the constitution that is the supreme. Same thing we will do India versus US, India versus France. So here I will give you a basic understanding of how you compare constitutions. For the factual elements, you have a handout. In that a basic table is there. That table will be helpful for recall. That how do we go about it. Then FR in today's class will remain the most dominant theme. Fine. Fundamental rights. Almost every year you will find some application of fundamental rights. It can be a direct question on Article 21. Sometimes the question is, what is the expanding scope of Article 21? Fine. So here again I will be referring to procedures established by law, due process of law, the Menka Gandhi case. That is just one example. But while discussing, we will see many such examples. And when discussing fundamental rights, we will go case by case. For example, when I say reservation, what aspects should you be aware of? Right? So somebody is mentioning Indra Sani case, right? We will discuss that also. We will discuss, for example, the Mandal Commission. Fine. And we will also see some nuances in the fundamental rights. Okay. Then we will see DPSP. In fact, we will also see the relationship between FR and DPSP. This was contested. How do we understand this? Then a short discussion of fundamental duties will also be there. Right. So when I'm looking at these topics, right? I should be clear about the articles. I should be clear about the cases. In some cases, for example, we will see committees. Sometimes I'll mention law commission. For example, when I mentioned, in fact, when we do DPSP, we will also see UCC, Uniform Civil Code. In that, I will also tell you what has the law commission said, right? What should be the way forward for Uniform Civil Code, right? That is one way. Similarly, here also we will focus on some important arguments, okay, which can be both for, which can be both against, right? Lastly, again, separation of powers, checks and balances. This theme, if you see the PYQs of last 10 years, almost every second year this theme gets repeated. Okay, so here if I just simply know, okay, what Locke and Montesquieu spoke about executive, legislature, judiciary, and in India you will have no watertight compartmentalization. What do you have is sometimes a functional overlap, and I just need to know what legislature, so basic directions, how each of them affect each other. Ek bar, if you just prepare it once, this question is done and dusted. And lastly is a topic that will repeat every year. It depends which format they want to ask you. That is the topic known as federalism. In one line, if you want to tell me what is federalism? So somebody has said federalism, is it separation of power or is it division of power? So there is a difference between the two terms. Federalism is not separation of powers. It is the division of powers. So for example, how the power is divided between federating units. Who are the federating units? It can be center, it can be state. Okay. Now it's an altogether matter. I have not said the division has to be perfect. Ye nahi bola. In case of USA, you will find the states being very powerful. But does that happen in India? That does not happen in India. In case we have a different model of federalism altogether, right? We have a strong center, but are the states strong? No. We say India is a indestructible union of destructible states. That is what we talk about. So that is something that we will keep in mind. Fine. So that is what we are going to cover for the entire class. So main चीज क्या रहेगी आपकी, जो भी हम whatever draw, in some cases you will have spaces in your handout to incorporate that you will do, which is why I've also asked you keep some A4 sheets handy. You can also staple it later on for whatever topic we are doing. That is going to give you the most simplistic understanding of that particular topic. Fine. And for some factual details, for some basic quick revision after each topic, I'll give you some time to go through that topic in the handout very quickly. Okay. But again, remember for this handout, because there is some detailing, we've also added some prelims, rated some facts for each topic. So that revision should happen from your side after the topics gets done. Okay? For example, when you prepare any of these topics, for example, preamble. Now, what is N.N. Palkhiwala said? Okay? What is, for example, K.M. Munshi, preamble as the horoscope. वो सब चीजें आप रिवाइज करोगे. But any conceptual thing which I'm telling you, okay, that is something that you should not miss. Again, sometimes you ask, how should you take the best benefit out of the class? See, it is a mains oriented class. Fine. Best benefit आपको कैसे मिलेगा? When you are engaged. How would you be engaged? Is anything that you feel is of value, you write. Almost for the major topics, I will be quoting some important experts. Polity Constitution की class है, I will be quoting Granville Austin. I will be quoting K.C. Weir. I will be quoting Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Important people in important topics. Okay? All those things should be there with you. But again, please remember, you are not expected to remember everything in one go. पहले focus करेंगे हम understanding पे. And as time goes on, you can revise this handout, break it down 20 pages, 30 pages. By the end of, let's say, 2-3 months, let's say by the end of December, then you should be in a very good position. जो भी topic आया है, उसको you are able to think through it. That is my whole idea. Is that clear? With that said, we will now begin. I think people who are watching this online, just please comment whosoever is there online. Okay, voice and all, if that is fine for all of you, because now we'll be starting the section. Volume wala pace, just now please tell me anybody else who is watching this. Is the volume fine? Okay, that is all good. Then that is good to know. Fine. ठीक है, start करते हैं. सबसे पहला, and in fact the very first almost I'll say like an hour, I will first devote on understanding the Constitution. This is one area. When you see a question in mains very philosophical in nature, sometimes you're not able to comprehend लिखना क्या है इस सवाल में. Okay. Sometimes the question is directly a question of constitutional morality. And then 15 marks में what is supposed to be written. Okay. So for the next few minutes or so, first I will break down what is the meaning of the term constitution. What should you know from it? Right? What are the functions of the constitution? Should be very clear. Basic terms like what is constitution, constitutionalism, constitutional morality. These terms should be also clear in my mind. Okay. Now, one by one, we will have a look at. So, when I say constitution, if I ask you what is constitution, what is the answer? Set of rules and laws. Anybody else? Chalo, very good. Somebody used a very good term which I'll emphasize. Your friend is saying constitution is a living document. What is the meaning of it? Even this phrase has come as a 15 marker, constitution as a living document. In 30 minutes or 45 minutes from now, you will have substantial points. इसको answer कैसे करेंगे? ठीक है? I will keep this phrase for a moment. Somebody has mentioned constitution as a. Anything else? What is the constitution? And when you answer constitution, also keep in mind, if I ask you, having a constitution, is it sufficient or is it necessary? सोचो. Fundamental law of the land, Anupama, good point. So good, Prashant, law of the land. Almost all of you saying fundamental law of the land is good. So, for example, just think of, for example, if a country has the constitution, does it mean the constitution will be abided in letter and spirit? The question is merely the presence of constitution, is that enough or not? Merely the presence of constitution does not guarantee you anything. There are, for example, puppet regimes. Let's say a fundamentally undemocratic country having a constitution. Does it mean that country is democratic? Nahi. And for constitution, there is something that I'll make you write down in 5 or 10 minutes. There's a quote of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar that can be used for constitution as well as any institution. And he would say that constitution, yeah, howsoever good a constitution is, okay, if the people implementing the constitution are not good, constitution cannot simply give you any results. Howsoever good a constitution may be. Okay. So if I just want to give one keyword to analyze what the constitution is, I will simply say yes, it's correct. It is the fundamental law of the land. Okay. So what is the constitution? Only this thing you have to remember in your mind. Kya hota hai constitution? It is fundamental law of the land. Okay. Now that's a separate case. In some cases you have a written constitution, some cases unwritten constitution. For example, if I talk about Britain, what is Britain? It is right. So which means when in the what only? It can be written. Very simply I have to remember, it would also be unwritten. With unwritten, one of the best examples to remember is, for example, UK. And UK may we know it is the conventions, etc. Right? That rules. And when I talk of written, of course, one of the best, the lengthiest constitution that we can talk of is India. Okay? So that is there. First thing. Second thing to remember, so what is very simple, no need to go beyond it. What is the constitution? Constitution is the fundamental law of the land. Okay? It can be written, it can be unwritten. That is something I know. Second thing I need to know, what are the functions of the constitution? Kya functions hote hain? Now this is also directly present in the NCRTs that you read. What are the functions? It is also helpful for prelims, but it is equally helpful for mains. Okay? And sometimes I will show you, if you know the functions of constitution, you can also write typical analytical kind of questions. Some questions are analytical. how was the constitution evolved in the last 80 years? If I know the functions, I will be able to answer that. Okay. So one of the functions of constitution, it tells me who holds power very clearly. Okay. For example, if I read the preamble to the constitution, the preamble starts with one line. What is that one line? We the people of India. And this one line is very important. What is the meaning of we the people? The keyword here, when I say we the people, this tells me this is popular sovereignty. In fact, इस concept पे in the CSAT one whole paragraph was devoted. Okay. The people who had political science as optional may be aware this is attributed to Rousseau. Now, Rousseau is a thinker who talks about popular sovereignty. Popular sovereignty, or let's say the general will, it means ultimate power lies in the hands of people, right? But Rousseau also makes a very popular statement that the Britishers are free once only in 5 years. Now, what is the meaning? That you have casted your vote. Now, for the next 5 years, right, you don't have that much of power, right? You only exercise power when you have vote. So when I say who holds power, of course, I can say we the people. But is that exactly correct? Not. Why? We have a representative form of government. The people choose their representatives. So the constitution, when I'm saying who holds the power, constitution will tell how the power is going to be vested, which means the constitution not only tells me who holds the power, the constitution tells me also about the distribution of power, right? How the power is distributed. So for example, here, how many of you know this? Schedule 7. What does Schedule 7 have? Very good, very good. There are different lists. There's a union list, there's a state list, there's a concurrent list. Of course, same thing also I get to know from Article 246. This is distribution of power, how the power is going to be divided. Yes or no? Yes. The constitution, and this is one of the very important aspect of constitution, one of the functions. Constitution also tells me limitations on the power. ये जो एक शब्द है, limitation. If you see the last 10 years of polity PYQ prelims, this has been asked at least 4 times. They ask you again and again, what is the objective of a constitutional government? Uska answer kya hota hai? It's a limited government. So it is the constitution that places limitation on the government. Now, my question to you, why do you want to limit the government? It can become authoritarian. It can lead to abuse of power. So when I say what are the functions of constitution, this function should be very clear in our mind. Constitution puts limitations on the government, right? So for this, of course, we say it creates a limited government. Limited government is nothing but a constitutional government. Okay, I can say it puts a check on tyranny of, it can be executive, any of the wings. So this aspect is very important for the constitution, that the constitution puts a check on the government, right? In fact, for example, if you think of Russia, who is the president of Russia? Putin, right? Now, when his term was supposed to end and he was supposed to give way to somebody else, what did he do? He amended the constitution. And this is the question I will ask you after some time. Does the amending power of our constitution gives the power to the parliament to fundamentally transform it or not? And that is something that we have debated from 1950s. And after 20 years or more than 20 years, we finally found an answer through the Keshav Nand Bharati case in 1973. तो वैसे ऑफ कोर्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ट्राइज टू पुट अ लिमिटेशन ऑन द अमेंडिंग पावर्स, but there are some smart people who try to amend the constitution. For example, one case I told you, Putin. Similar thing has happened in China. In China, what do you have? The Communist Party. Okay, so sometimes, and this is again I'm saying a danger, if we do not put a limitation on the executive has a very high chance to fundamentally amend the constitution. While talking about it, almost I think in 1 hour from so, I will discuss a similar thing happened in India in the year of 1975. What was 1975 famous, or I should say infamous for? Emergency. 50 years of emergency. And there is a very high chance of this topic, of course, appearing in this year's mains, because 50 years have happened. And you will see that even the then executive tried to almost expand their powers. So I hope third point samajh mein aa raha hai mein. What is the third point? It helps me understand the limitations, right? Now these points which I'm telling you, I think you have space in your handout, right? Constitution mein, functions mein, this you should add parallelly. If I give you dictation on this, it's a long document. वो पूरा नहीं हो पाएगा फिर, ठीक है? I'm writing and explaining you in a manner, it is simple and easy to replicate in the exam. ये मुश्किल नहीं है आपको replicate करना. So functions की जो heading है, उसमें ये points आ जाएंगे आपके. Whatever space is there, it is been given deliberately so that you can add. If you feel अगर space कम है, you write it in a separate A4 sheet. Okay. In fact, your very first page of the handout has blank page, and accordingly you can use it. I hope that part I've addressed, Prashant. Okay. Or maybe anybody else who had the same doubts. ठीक है? Okay. Fine. Now, the function of the Constitution is also to help us understand the basic values to aim for. Okay. The values, अब इसको अब कोई बोल सकता है what is normative part, which means what should you strive for. Now I'm just saying what values do you understand from the Constitution? सोच के बताओ. ठीक है? Which is something that you simply, इसका cheat code क्या है? Preamble. Yes or no? What does the preamble talk about? Many things that we aspire to be, or we are in a process of doing so. So here, if I say what values, etc., we are sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. I can talk about it. Last function is very important. Okay. And this is what makes Indian Constitution very unique. It is an agent of transformation. Now, I will first explain it to you through a scholar, and after that, I will give you examples to prove my point. Okay. जैसे for example, I've just written the keyword here, values. जब आप इसको लिखोगे, and when you think about it, what is that? The Constitution provides a roadmap for the values. Okay. Constitution enables social change or transformation. Now, how do I talk about transformation? How many of you have heard this name? Granville Austin, right? One of the very prominent experts on the Constitution. And again, even if you're a GS student, आप इनको quote कर सकते हैं without any hesitation. Okay. Now, first I will make you write the quote he had said. Indian Constitution is foremost a social document. Indian Constitution is foremost a social document. और ये एक line is the line that will give you a lot of clarity on how to understand Constitution. Okay. In fact, Granville Austin also has mentioned, इनकी book का ही नाम है, and sometimes we use the name of the book as a sentence. Constitution as the cornerstone of a country, which means India के लिए भी the guiding light, etc., is known as a cornerstone. Now, I will want to first emphasize on this. Cornerstone means what? It's a fundamental. It's a thing that you look forward to. It's the thing that guides our actions. Fine. So, अगर हम देख रहे हैं what are the functions of the constitution, एक लाइन को पढ़ते हैं. Indian constitution is foremost a social document. ठीक है? I will give you 15 seconds. जो भी दिमाग में आ रहा है इस स्टेटमेंट को देख के आप सोचो. After that, I will explain to you what the statement means. ठीक है. DPSP is an example of a point you want to say. ठीक है? You are right in thinking. Partially आप बिल्कुल सही सोच रहे हैं. और कोई? सब लोग एग्जाम्पल सही दे रहे हैं मुझे, राइट? बट आई एम सेइंग व्हेन आई से व्हाट इज द कोर बिहाइंड दिस, 15-16 is absolutely correct. I'm not saying DPSP absolutely correct. If the question is constitution is foremost a social document, hidden चीज क्या है? Conventionally what is a constitution? अब देखो इसी चीज को सोचते हैं, राइट? Many countries have constitutions, right? Almost all the major countries have constitutions. Whenever we look at a constitution, it is looked at a legal document. ठीक है? Conventional understanding of constitution is it is the legal document. इंडिया में ये तक भी बोला गया है, आइवर जेनिंग्स, that Indian constitution is a lawyer's paradise. It means when you look at the constitution, don't you think the language is complicated? Don't you think it's very bulky? Things are very elaborately mentioned. Fine. So normally everybody thinks of constitution as a legal document, right? But Indian constitution, not only according to Granville Austin, according to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, other important experts, we say our constitution is legal. Yes, वो तो है ही. But it goes one step beyond. It is also a social document, which means it is the enabler of social change. Now think of the conditions India had to face when we got independent. What were our challenges? क्या challenges? What were the challenges we had to face? बताओ. Poverty, right? But when you say poverty, आप सिर्फ मुझे economic चीज बता रहे हैं. Main issue was the social issues that we were facing, and particularly, let's say, untouchability. What did you do in the constitution? Article 17 lie up, right? You got enabling provisions. When we say reservation, what is reservation? To address historical injustices. And India ke case mein it is very elaborate, and it has constantly been amended. Article 15 clause 3, 4, 5, and even right now 6. Update ho raha hai. So don't you think the constitution is the agent of social transformation? Soch ke batao. Yes. Whenever you see this line, all you have to think is that what is the conventional meaning of constitution? Conventional means it is a legal document. ये हमें पता है, that is the conventional meaning. But what is a deeper meaning is what Granville Austin has said. Right? कि Indian constitution is foremost a social document. And just to prove it, I will give you a couple of examples right now. But throughout our lecture, you will find many examples on this part. तो एग्जाम्पल हमारे कैसे हो जाएंगे? ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, हाउ डू आई गेट टू नो इट्स एन एजेंट ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन? राइट नाउ पीपल हैव सेड आर्टिकल 15, आर्टिकल 16, इनफैक्ट इवन आर्टिकल 14 आई शुड से. बेसिक इक्वालिटी क्या है? इट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वे फॉर सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आर्टिकल 17, प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ अनटचेबिलिटी. तो some basic points you should be clear in your mind. Even the major DPSPs, directive principles of state policy, will also tell me that it is an agent of social change, social transformation. Linguistic minorities, right? There is a special officer for linguistic minorities. Which article is that? 350 what? अभी याद नहीं आ रहा, कोई बात नहीं. What is Article 350A? 350A. अब देखो, this is prelims fact. If you don't know, don't bother right now. Write it somewhere, look it up, and slowly steadily you'll get better at it. My question was special officer for linguistic minorities. इसको search कर लेंगे बाद में जाके. Because even if I give you the right answer, वो stick ही नहीं करेगा दिमाग में. Right? You have to constantly read. Okay, fine. How many of you are able to understand these 5 major functions? This is the simplest way to understand what a constitution is. अगर मुझे ये points पता है ना, I can have very good examples to prove it. Again recapping, what are the functions of a constitution? क्या functions हैं? किसके पास power है? It tells this. Why this is important? So that power does not get concentrated in some other hands. So who holds power should be very clear. Fine. The distribution of power should also be very clear, right? Limitations on the power should be very clear. In fact, यहाँ पे मैंने ये लिखा. Of course, you know terms like rule of law. Rule of law provides a limitation on the government. Yes or no? Absolutely. Right? Functions. It tells me the values. It tells me the aspirations of the community. Who are we? How is the community going to be arranged, for example? Which means all these values, sovereign, socialist. अभी हम ये सब discuss करेंगे when I discuss preamble with you. So when I say values, I can even say some of the aspirations, the ideals, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and last wala part, very peculiar, important for the context of India. And what is that? Constitution has the function of a social transformation. And to prove it, I can talk about Granville Austin. Indian Constitution is foremost a social document. So nothing very fancy. But if you have thought about it in this manner, even tougher question on constitutionalism, you will be able to answer that. Till here, how many of you are able to follow? ठीक है? अभी तक हमने सिर्फ 2 चीजें देखी हैं. What is constitution? What are the functions of constitution? Right? Now, we cannot celebrate right now. Why? Merely having a constitution is not enough. And there are many countries. Constitution है, but military coup हो गया वहां पे. What is military coup? And what is the spelling of military coup? K-O-O? C-O-U-P. Military coup. Right? Just tell me any country you are aware of where military coup has happened. म्यांमार, चलो मिलिट्री जंटा, JUNTA. और कोई कंट्री सोचो जहां पे आपको आइडिया है. इफ यू लुक एट मिलिट्री coup कब हो गया? पाकिस्तान में, ऑफ कोर्स इट इज द आर्मी दैट इज डोमिनेटिंग, राइट? And it is said that civilian government actually works under the military, right? But if I say military coup, and this theme has been asked back to back 2 times in prelims, 2022 and 2023, the regions of Sahel, SAHEL, think of Niger, NIGER, Chad, different all these countries, they have faced military coup. Why am I discussing military coup? Because now I will tell you 2 more terms. Again, remember, mere presence of constitution is never enough. In fact, even Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was skeptical of having a constitution in India. Simply why? Because he said, we are bringing a democratic layer to a country which is fundamentally undemocratic. Right? Fundamentally undemocratic. Why? Decision making was only with the elites. Power sirf naam bhar ki thi. There was huge discrimination that was going on. Fine. So, if you understand till here, now 2 terms which will make a lot of sense and are very important to you for you to understand. First term is constitutionalism. Ism की हम बात करेंगे. ठीक? Whenever the term ism is there, ism actually means what? Ideology. Ab constitutionalism is what? It is ideology of the constitution. Fine. But tell me, what is the difference between constitutionalism and constitution? Why have 2 different terms? Okay. Absolutely. That is correct. बिल्कुल सही बोला. Anybody else? These 2 terms are very conceptual and you need to know both for prelims as well as mains. अब देखो, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है हमारे पास, बट इट इज द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म मीन्स व्हाट? It actually provides the limitations on the constitution, okay, which means limitations on the government. For example, what is constitutionalism? दूसरा मतलब क्या है इसका? adherence to the constitution. अब देखो बार बार आप समझो, when I am saying constitutionalism, every term is almost related to the third aspect, limitations on the power. अगर हमने, if we do not put limitations on the power, what will be a problem? There will be totalitarianism. If we do not put limitations, problem hogi, which is why, again remember, if you have a constitution, right, the constitution may not be implemented in letter and spirit, right? So you don't want that constitution is transformed into something that is out of hand. So limitation on the constitution, making it functional and practical, is nothing but constitutionalism. तो अब इसको आसान भाषा में, if constitution is the idea, the practical realistic aspect of that which you aim for is constitutionalism, because constitution may get transformed, may get corrupt. It is the constitutionalism that keeps things in check, right? अब आपके दिमाग में होगा, but sir, how to do that? किस किस को एक क्वेश्चन आ रहा है, how to limit the powers of the let's say the government, right? For example, again keep thinking in your mind, अपने mind में सोचो, 1975 and the emergency India had to face. Countries like Myanmar, countries like Sahel, in the Sahel region of Africa, sometimes the constitution is able to survive, sometimes the constitution is not able to survive. ऐसा क्यों होता है? Okay, again, any other point to prove that? Well, a good point. I think Humans King was saying follow the letter and spirit. Good point. Or kuch? Basic structure. Good point. Reasonable restrictions. ठीक है? Okay, ठीक है. We just recently saw that in Jantar Mantar. Public opinion. अब देखो. To understand this, just write one line. इसी के नीचे एक line लिखो. देखो, Constitution. To understand constitutionalism, just write one line. Constitution creates power. Constitution creates power, whereas constitutionalism restrains power. सबसे important aspect. Constitution creates power, whereas constitutionalism restrains power. And this is the beauty of constitutionalism. If you are able to restrain the power, you will prevent executive ki tyranny. You will prevent military coup. So again, out of all the major functions of a constitution, most important part is limitation. इसी को ही और ज्यादा exemplify करता है ये term, constitutionalism. So in very simple terms, what is constitutionalism? Restraint on the powers. और अगर आपने power restraint कर दिया, it means you are limiting the government, which is why, again remember, a constitutional government is a limited government. So loosely speaking, constitution creates power, but practically speaking, it is constitutionalism that limits the power. ठीक? अभी भी आपको लग रहा होगा सर सुनने में तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है मुझे, बट आप फिर से बताइए प्रॉब्लम क्यों आती है? A question can come in your mind, very valid question, right? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर I will again give you from a very popular book of Nobel laureates. Okay, the name of the book is Why Nations Fail. So we will write just इसके नीचे below constitutionalism, you will write this book. Now this book and the essence of this book can be used in governance, can be used in polity, can be used in ethics, can also be used in essay. Darren Acemoglu, James Robinson, in case you want to remember the names. But the crux and essence of this book, I'll tell you. Sawal kya hai? Why nations fail? Isn't it something almost we are discussing the same thing? In this book, the core essence is this: institutions. Robustness of institutions determines prosperity of a nation. Kitne strong and kitne robust. Strong does not mean you have so much of power. If you have too much of power, it can always lead to what? Authoritarianism, corruption. So robustness means the institutions must be kept under check. If the executive is becoming powerful, legislature should keep in check, or judiciary should keep in check. So indirectly what I am saying, the three wings, executive, legislature, judiciary, must work in harmony and should not let one organ becoming too powerful. Yes or no? So idea wise, there is constitution that creates power. Constitutionalism tries to limit the power. Yes or no? But practically it is the institutions. And if I go one step beyond, it is the people in the institutions. Which is why what did Dr. B.R. Ambedkar say? Howsoever good a constitution is, right? It is only good as the people that are implementing it. And this statement also tells you the essence of constitution and the essence of constitutionalism. Till here are we able to follow? Okay? Now, why nations fail, basic idea. Now you write Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And after that, I move to constitutional morality. Ismail, I'll give you even a shorter quote what he has said. I have rephrased the quote. That is also a good point, right? Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That is Lord Acton. लिखो इसमें howsoever good a constitution may be, howsoever good a constitution may be, it is sure to turn bad. It is sure to turn bad because those who are called to work it, because those who are called to work it happen to be a bad lot. Those who are called to work it happen to be a bad lot. Again, I'll repeat. Howsoever good a constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad because those who are called to work it, it means those who are going to implement it, happen to be a bad lot. Yes? Now, this you can also modify and rephrase in your own words. And this you can exactly very well used when you talk about increasing criminalization of politics. How much is the percentage in the 18th Lok Sabha? 46% criminalization of politics. उसमें भी point use कर सकते हैं. We can again use this example and the quote in governance. Right? A constitution is only good as the people who are working on it and the people who are implementing it. Yes or no? So what this quote also tells you that the constitution is very good. it has the best ideals and the values, but the people who are implementing it, if they are not good by design, the constitution will not be of much value. And this tells you the whole aspect of what is constitution, what is constitutionalism. Till here are we able to follow? So just quickly हम recap कर रहे हैं. What is constitution? Fundamental of the land, can be written, can be unwritten. What are the functions? First function is who holds power. Second, distribution of power. Third, limitations on power. Fourth, the values. Fifth, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में मुझे बताओ किसने क्या कहा था? ग्रैनविल ऑस्टिन, व्हाट डिड ही से? इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इज foremost a social document. Very important line. Why foremost? Because Indian constitution is not merely a legal document. नहीं है legal document, सिर्फ social document. क्यों है social? Right. And how do we prove that? Now I will prove it. Article 14, 15, 16, 17, DPSP, so many examples. Throughout the class you will learn many examples, and throughout polity and governance you will learn many examples. Then you can add it, but you know the thinking behind this. Then we saw the distinction between two terms. What are the two terms? Constitution, constitutionalism. Constitution creates power. Constitutionalism restrains power, limits the power. And now you understand limiting the power is such an important aspect. Yes, because if you do not limit the power, there can be military coup, there can be executive tyranny, there can be executive overreach, and these are not imaginary concepts. Whenever there is power, power tends to corrupt. Have we seen that? We have seen that many times. Fine. Now we go to another topic that has been, I think, mentioned both in ethics but also in GS2, and the topic happens to be constitutional morality. Constitutional morality. Right? Now, if you look at constitution, right, what is the meaning of morality here? Don't you think this is बड़ा अजीब सा नाम है? क्यों? देखो, by essence constitution is a legal text, yes or no? What is this? Ethics, morals. And when you read in GS4 you will find many times laws and morals don't go hand in hand. Sometimes they do, but in this term I am trying to mix both the terms. Constitutional morality मतलब क्या हुआ? Through a legal means, how to achieve the values, right? Let's first understand it through a very simple example. ठीक है? Now, I'll give you the definition, but before definition, let me first tell you. Now, the crux of both these two, in fact, अगर हमें कहीं भी term दिखता है constitutional morality, the two most important judgments happen to be this: Navtej Johar case, and second one is Indian Young Lawyer Association case. Fine, which is nothing but the Sabrimala case. Now, first let's understand what are we dealing with. Fine, when I'm talking of Navtej Johar case, what is the context of this? Same-sex marriage. Now, the context is decriminalization of same-sex marriage and reading down of the section 377 of IPC, Indian Penal Code. Now, in this, if you look at it, what I am saying, striking down of which section? 377. It is basically decriminalizing what? Same-sex marriage. Which means what was happening before this? It was a crime. Same-sex marriage was a crime. Now, when I say this, अब यहां पे दो चीजें हैं. First thing is society. Society की क्या होती है? Societal morality. And please remember, your morality may be different, societal morality may be different, and constitutional morality may be different. Fine. Now, social morality for a very long time was the same-sex marriages should not be allowed. But the recent modern interpretation is now the court has said, simple सी line जो भी लिखेंगे थोड़ी सी देर में, court has said this: constitutional morality must prevail social societal morality. And when I'm talking on Navtej Johar case, what point I'm trying to make? 377 of IPC, and basically decriminalize the same sex marriage, right? This is one thing. This is a very practical example. Ab yahan pe we also know what society wanted versus what the modern sense says. So society says same sex marriage is not correct. The modern interpretation of that from the constitutional sense is that you have a right to choose. Society is not going to dictate what is right or wrong. This is the essence of this case. Now when I say Sabrimala case, how many of you know what is Sabrimala case? सुना है आपने? Sabrimala case किस स्टेट की बात हो रही है? What is the new name of Kerala? Kerala. In the prelims now that becomes a question. How do you change the name of a state? Which articles? Chalo, you're saying 3, fine. Now that is a question of prelims. Fine. So if Kerala has become Keralam, in case somebody, how many of you have known this in the recent times? Suna hai? So prelims mein question kya banega? How this happens? Right? So which article is there? Which majority was needed, etc., etc. Right? Fine. Coming back to Kerala, we are talking of Sabrimala temple. Now what happened in Sabrimala temple? Women of a certain age, and we are talking of the menstrual age, they were not allowed entry. Why was that? Societal concept of purity and pollution, right? So this was related to okay, certain age bracket. Again here same conflict, social morality, societal morality, but this was clashing with, aap ye batao, it is clashing with which rights of women? The very first thing is Article 14, right to equality. Fine, it is clashing with that. Does it also clash with your right to profess or practice your religion? It is also clashing with that. And here even the society is dictating who can go, who cannot go, right? Now when the court started to examine it, anything related to religion, court pehle dekhega, is this a part of the essential religious practice or not? A keyword which will often come. A small case you will read for your homework, the Shri Mut case. It talks about a concept known as essential religious practice, which means, let's say this is the whole religion, normal worshipping of the deity, many things are there. In the whole religion there will be a core. Is core ko aap touch nahi kar sakte, whatever happens. So court will examine, or court has examined, whether a certain thing, is it a part of essential religious practice or not. Pehla court examine karega ye. Now when the court has examined that this is not a part of essential religious practice, now the court can intervene. So court here basically said, and this was, please remember, a 4:1 verdict, and same conclusion we get in Sabrimala also. Sabrimala ka bhi same conclusion hai, this CM is greater than SM, that constitutional morality should prevail over the societal morality. This was the judgment or understanding which was given in the Sabrimala case as well as the Navtej Johar case. अब जो मैंने शब्द लिखा, essential religious practice, okay, when the court examined, it was found that this entry wala part is not a core part of essential religious practice, and this was discriminatory, which is why this was done away with. Now I have written this is a 4:1 verdict. It means there was one judge who was not agreeing to what was being said, okay. And in this debate of constitutional morality, and even in the concept of secularism, this one person is going to be important. ये जो one dissenting judge, you know dissenting judge, Justice Indu Malhotra. Now her criticism, why she did not agree with this. This is a very good line to understand as well. Now she says, the problem is sometimes constitutional morality, it often becomes judges' morality. What is the meaning of this? It is based on discretion of judges. It can change. But if it was actually constitutional morality, it would have not changed. It tells you the over judicialization of things that is happening. Same criticism we will also see in basic structure doctrine. If judiciary wants, they will say X is a part of basic structure. If they want, they will say Y is not a part of basic structure. So according to her, constitutional morality in India has transformed into judges' discretion. This is a criticism. And why am I telling you all of this? This will give you a holistic understanding of the topic. Sir, one way nahi padna. Constitutional morality. Constitutional morality, a very practical criticism is what Justice Indu Malhotra says. Because how do you know what is constitutional morality? Through judiciary. And what happens in the judiciary cases? Sometimes they are prone to discretion. That is what she says. That constitutional morality often becomes judges' morality. Is that clear? Fine. Now again just recapping, and this is why these examples are important. Fine. क्या example अभी हमने देखे हैं? Two prominent, very important examples, right? We're talking of constitutional morality. What is the idea now of constitutional morality? Now you tell me. How can you define constitutional morality? I've given you two prominent examples and cases. Values that guide the constitution, very good. Anything else? Okay, ultimately the principles, the values, the ideals which the constitution should aspire for. And that is also why can I say constitution is a living document. जो constitution 1947 में था and the constitution of 2026, don't you think has gone a lot of change? And it is the constitutional morality. So always remember, constitutional morality is always the ongoing project, right? Because society sometimes may not be ready for all the changes, and you can never force something on society, right? Talking of you cannot force things on society. Again, go back. Think of the mass sterilization that happened in 1970s. You know mass sterilization, population control के लिए, was that accepted by society? नहीं, because that was forceful imposition. So what is accepted? जिसकी demand होगी. Are we able to follow? ठीक है? Now, basic idea of constitutional morality through two cases. Now, apart from these two cases, whenever अगर हमें question दिखेगा constitutional morality का, you have to mention Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in your answer. ठीक है? And now I will tell you one of very powerful quotes of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And that quote also will give you a good understanding of constitution. Okay? So इस quote को लिखो, Dr. Ambedkar की quote को in constitutional morality. Okay, good. Adupma, Prashant, good participation. Because CM, that is constitutional morality, CM is not a natural sentiment. Constitutional morality is not, it is not a natural sentiment. Full stop. It has to be cultivated. Constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment. Full stop. It has to be cultivated. इसी में आगे लिखो, मतलब you can even quote this, but I'll give you one more line supporting this. डॉक्टर अंबेडकर लिखो, डेमोक्रेसी इन इंडिया, डेमोक्रेसी इन इंडिया is only a top dressing, democracy in India is only a top dressing on an Indian soil democracy in India is only a top dressing on an Indian soil which is fundamentally undemocratic. Which is fundamentally undemocratic. अब इसको समझते हैं. Dr. Ambedkar says that constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment. You do not expect that this is going to be done. It is something that has to be cultivated. It also means you cannot simply go by societal morality. Societal morality can be wrong, as seen in these two cases. So when the question says constitutional morality must be cultivated, what is the meaning of cultivation? लोगों को सिखाना पड़ेगा. We have to make the people learn. How will you make the people learn? कैसे? How will you make the people learn? Simply है, that is through regular training, regular awareness. And who is going to guide? It is the constitutional values that will guide. But we cannot assume, हम ये assume नहीं कर सकते that if the values are there, people will automatically follow it. This assumption is fundamentally wrong. क्यों? Indian society is undemocratic. Are we able to understand this? So constitutional morality gives me the ideals of the constitution, but to expect it is going to be followed हमेशा नहीं. Even right now you see activist role of judiciary in enabling constitutional morality. अगर judiciary यहाँ नहीं होता, would this have been followed? नहीं होता. So according to Ambedkar, same चीज फिर से, a constitution is good only if the people implementing are good. As simple as that. Which applies to constitution makers and it also applies to the normal people or not. Can you link these two quotes now? Howsoever good a constitution, and the second quote, can we link that? Okay. Now, again a quick recap. We have seen what is constitution. We have seen functions. जल्दी से बताओ 5 functions. Starting से, who holds power? Second, distribution. Third, limitations. Fourth, values. Fifth, transformation. ठीक है. And then we saw 3 terms. One is, what is constitution? Constitutionalism. Ism restrains power. What is constitutional morality? Right. Now see the definition that is given in the handout. Very simple definition of constitutional morality. Now that will make sense. Principles, values, ideals underlying the constitution. But सिर्फ definition से काम नहीं चलता आपका. That is why 2 very prominent cases you should know. One is Navtej Johar case. Essence is CM is greater than SM. Decriminalization of same-sex marriages. Second case is Indian Young Lawyer Association case. Sabrimala case. What is Sabrimala case about? The entry of women. And you also know the dissenting judge, Indu Malhotra. What she had to say? That sometimes constitutional morality becomes judge's morality. This I am telling you additionally, if you get a more analytical kind of question on constitutional morality, this is the criticism of it, that there is an element of discretion. Able to follow till here? Okay. Now we need to also understand very quickly 2 things I will tell you. Now if you go to the second page of your handout, इस पेज में हमें एक ही 2 चीजें देखनी है मेन. The main thing I want to emphasize in this page is only one thing: the criticism of the Constituent Assembly, okay, and the justification of the Constituent Assembly. ठीक है. Second page में you have some page blank and उसके ऊपर the main thing that is written, there is a evolution. 3 चीजें लिखी होंगी columns में. Fine. First, yeah, let me just show it to you, your handout, so that you people online as well can follow. We've understood these three things: ism, morality. अब आते हैं इस part पे, right? Evolution of the Constitution. This part you see in modern history, okay? Regulating act, this and that. This we don't have to cover right now. This you will do in modern history. I'm going to comment on this part, because other part we will again be looking throughout the lecture. Amendment power, 42nd, judicial review, basic structure, etc. तो जो हमारे पास ये space है, this space will be divided in two parts. Fine. And I'm going to comment on the criticism of Constituent Assembly. That is something you should know. But the other side also should be very clear to you, which means why the Constituent Assembly was a valid body. Fine. Now, so making of the Constitution, you don't need to write this heading. If you have divided your page in two halves, first page पे लिखेंगे वाला in the first side, criticism of Constituent Assembly, right? Now, in this you have to have some basic idea of your modern history. Now, I want to ask you, what was the criticism of Constituent Assembly? Any idea? अच्छा, और कुछ? सबसे best answer is this: the people who were a part of Constituent Assembly, they were not directly elected. First of all, they were indirectly elected, and second, they were also members that were nominated. तो पहला criticism क्या हो गया? हम क्या लिखेंगे? These are a kind of questions that you should know in mains. It was not truly a representative body. How do I say that? Indirect elections and nominations. सबसे पहला criticism, the way very proper, strong criticism that you should be aware of. Okay. पहला criticism. Don't write it here, second point, but I'll tell you. For example, you know the Dufferin. Who was Dufferin? And Dufferin का एक बहुत prominent quote है. He called INC of those times as a microscopic minority of Bengali Brahmins. ये term सुना है, microscopic minority? ये term बहुत बार state pieces etc में पूछा गया है, right? And the same criticism will be leveled on Constituent Assembly, that it was representing the elites of the society, which means what? It does not represent all section of society. तो दो चीजें हैं. पहला है, it does not represent people. Why? It is not a elected body. Second criticism which follows this, okay? मेन चीज है, दो चीजें, राइट? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, इट इज एलीट डोमिनेटेड, बट उसमें भी अल्टीमेटली द होल डोमिनेशन इज ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस. दिस इज द सेकंड क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली. ओके, सेकंड क्रिटिसिज्म. अब इसको प्रूव कैसे करेंगे? मतलब हाउ डू वी से दैट? Winston Churchill, put a dash, लिखो in inverted commas, Assembly of Brahmins. Winston Churchill criticized Constituent Assembly although Winston Churchill has also a lot of blood on his watch, but that is a separate criticism of Churchill, वो कभी बाद में करेंगे discuss. But he criticized it. How many of you have heard about Churchill? ठीक है. Any negatives about Churchill you are aware of? Yes. So very much responsible for the Bengal famine. And despite that, if you read the books of British historians, he is always glorified. Which also tells you history जो लिखी जाती है, history is always written from a winner's perspective, right? A dominant perspective. So that is a separate thing we will see later. So that is the second issue. Okay. Another criticism is, अब देखो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बना दिया. ओके, हाउ मेनी टाइम्स द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज बीन अमेंडेड? अब देखो, these are some of the criticisms this faces. It tells you, sometimes we say it is, or some people criticize this, is a 20th century document for a 21st century nation. Abhi I'm just telling you the criticism that is there. इसी का we will also see the counter of it. Now, I want to ask you, why are we doing the criticism of Constituent Assembly? क्यों कर रहे हैं हम ये? What is the value? Why should we know? बताओ, सोचो. Okay, देखो सिंपल सी बात है. If we take Constitution to be in such an important light, we should also know who framed it, what was the composition, और सबसे दो कीवर्ड बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है. Whosoever is framing the Constitution, you have to know they have to be, it has to be representative of India. अगर representative है अच्छे से, then only it will have, this term is very important, legitimacy. Legitimacy is when the power exercised feels right. वरना power गलत भी यूज हो सकती है. So we are examining the criticism to know first whether the constitution was representative or not, first question. And second question is, does it have the legitimacy or not? So some people would believe it did not represent entire India, which is also why it does not have a legitimacy. This is one side of the argument. In mains, I need to be able to think pro, con, for, against. अभी हम ये नहीं डिबेट कर रहे हैं सर कितने सही हैं, because now when I discuss the counter side, I will give you even stronger points. But I need to know both. And this is also a very important topic. You can be asked this question. और बहुत static question होगा ये. ठीक है? Are we clear till here? These are the three major criticisms of Constituent Assembly. पहला क्या है? It was not truly a representative body. Second, the body was dominated by elites. Third, it has been amended so many times, which means you are questioning on the wisdom and foresightedness of the constitution makers. Till here are we able to follow? ठीक है? एक और criticism हो सकता है, बताओ. It can be both a criticism, of course it can also be that. Ivor Jennings said Indian constitution is a lawyer's paradise, which means a layman finds it very difficult to understand the constitution. When you read notwithstanding insofar as, बड़ा मुश्किल होता है समझ में आना, right? When simple terms make it very complicated. This is also criticism. So fourth criticism I'll say, Ivor Jennings and Wright put a dash, Indian constitution is a lawyer's paradise. But please remember, ये जो statement है ना, it has both sides to it. Lawyer's paradise थोड़ा complicated भी है, but lawyer's paradise जरूरी भी है. If you are creating a constitution, it cannot be a layman document. And even Dr. B.R. Ambedkar justified the use of technical legal vocabulary. I hope you are understanding. So when I'm saying Indian constitution is a lawyer's paradise, it has two aspects to it. One is slightly critical, because the constitution makers in the Constituent Assembly, they preferred a very strong legal language, right, which created issues in people understanding it. Layman cannot understand it, and most of the people in Constituent Assembly were lawyers. They wrote the language in which they were comfortable with. अभी पर इसका हम काउंटर भी देखेंगे. काउंटर इज यू हैड टू यूज स्पेसिफिक लीगल वोकैबुलरी. अगर आप एम्बिगुअस आसान शब्द यूज करोगे, they will not be defendable in a court of law. So there are two sides to almost every point that I'm going to tell you. ठीक है, अब आते हैं opposite sides, okay, which means we do not agree with this. One is criticism of Constituent Assembly, then I am putting a counter view. Right? In the counter view, in the first point you write, देखो CA, that is Constituent Assembly, CA had many non-Congress experts. CA had many non-Congress experts. In the bracket, right, I'll tell you some important names. देखो हंसा मेहता, Hansa Mehta of IWC, the Indian Women's Congress, comma SP Mukherjee, Hansa Mehta, SP Mukherjee, KM Munshi, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. KM Munshi and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Second लिखो, second point. देखो most members of CA, most members of Constituent Assembly returned, या देखो won elections, most members of CA won elections in 1952. Most members of Constituent Assembly won elections in 1952. When did India have its first elections? 1952. So this also tells you, for example, हमने क्या claim बोला? Most peoples were indirectly elected, but when the first elections happened, majority of them were able to win the elections. What does it tell? Those were the right people. So 2 points देखे till now. First point is that it had non-Congress prominent experts. Second one is most of the people returned back after winning the first general election in 1952. Clear है point? ठीक है. Third लिखो. But they were also equally popular, which is why they were able to win the election. So I can make 2 points in that. Okay. So, for example, they were a part in the Constituent Assembly. They had an important role to play, and also they had won elections. Initially, they could not win elections because the design was not that. Okay. Carrying out elections would have been very tough exercise before, which means in this part. But when actually elections were carried out, majority of the members actually were able to fight back and win back, which tells you that this was there, right? Write the third point. Now, if somebody says there is the INC domination, Granville Austin will say that during that times INC was India and India was INC. So, if Congress is so dominant, you will have members from the Congress only, na? So, third point, dekho, Granville Austin. Now, these are counterpoints. I need to know both the sides. Counterpoint mein in that third, right? Granville Austin put a dash. INC was India and India was INC. INC was India and India was INC. Okay. Fourth, right? Fourth point. अब देखो fourth point में what we'll be writing is that simple देखो constitution is a living document. Simply having 106 amendment does not mean we have tampered with the constitution. 106 amendment shows constitution is not set in or cast in stone. So that means constitution is not cast in stone. It is a living document and no fundamental feature has been changed, which also tells you what the Constituent Assembly thought about. It has withstood the test of time. No fundamental feature changed. Why? Because of basic structure. So we have checks and balances available. And last thing, ये सब के बाद भी we can say अब second ARC, National Commission to Review the Working of Constitution, Sarkar ya Punchi, no commission has said to rewrite the constitution and they have not suggested any major change, which also tells you that after major commissions have gone through this, no major change has mentioned, which again tells you the work done by the Constituent Assembly shows to me the foresight of the Constituent Assembly. आप ऐसे सोचो. So second ARC, National Commission to Review, no major change. Minor change so there are there, but minor change can be done through a simple amendment only. Okay, follow till here, right? So 5 major points for counter. Tell me for what are the 5 points. पहला क्या है? Non-Congress experts, names of the people tell me. Hansa Mehta, S.P. Mukherjee, K.M. Munshi, Dr. Ambedkar, very prominent non-Congress members. Second one is first general elections में major members had come out. Okay, in fact जहाँ पे है ना, when I'm saying non-Congress members, even though there was limited members, there was consensus and there was a proper deliberation. Every provision of the constitution was properly discussed and deliberated, and that is a very important aspect. How many of you recently saw the monsoon session? Monsoon session का सबसे बड़ा criticism क्या है? Lowest productivity. In the extra class when I discuss with you parliament, तब मैं आपको बताऊंगा quantify करके from the first Lok Sabha to 18th Lok Sabha how the decline of parliament has been happening. Whenever I say parliament, parliament is the temple of democracy. If you go to a temple, what is the thing you do? Maybe you do some religious offering, a prayer. Parliament में सबसे important काम क्या होता है? The most important काम in parliament is deliberation, discussion. This is diluting. And you would have also seen those videos. The moment Vande Mataram was being played and then immediately it was said, the adjournment sign die. Okay, अनिश्चित काल के लिए स्थगित की जाती है. ठीक है, but we will analyze it from the decline of parliament perspective. Fine. Okay, so another keyword you can add here is whatever provisions, and it took a lot of time for Constituent Assembly, which you will do in modern history, factual parts, कितने साल कितने महीने लगे. But every major aspect, what do we want to be, everything was properly discussed, deliberated upon. Are we able to agree and understand till here? समझ में आ रहा है में? ठीक है. So 5 major things are there. I'll give you 1 minute. Now go through the heading of salient features very quickly. All of the salient features you already are aware of. Quick glance karo, then I'll come to a very interesting heading. This is an analytical part. This you have to understand because constitution का core है ये. पढ़ लिया आपने major points. All these points, salient features, very quickly we will be going through in some of these aspects. Fine. So till now, in these 2 pages, broadly speaking, first we have discussed what is constitution, functions of constitution, what is constitutionalism, what is constitutional morality. Second thing we have discussed is the criticism to the constitution, which was majorly the criticism of Constituent Assembly. Are we clear on this? And then we saw why the criticism is not justified. There were non-experts, there was a culture of consensus, deliberation, there were most of the members returned back, right? Other than this, it's a living document, no fundamental changes. Even second ARC and National Commission to Review, they have not suggested any fundamental changes. Okay? रीजनल पर पॉइंट वो यहां से ही आ जाता है, ठीक है. And there are adequate safeguards. For example, when you look into the economic aspect, there were provisions not in the constitution but about special category status. Federalism, then you had different ideas. So how to address the regional disparity? We had a lot of mechanisms. Planning Commission had a lot of focus on the other regions also. Okay? But the criticism that was there was it was not a truly representative body. That is well understood. But there is a counter to that as well. Okay? Okay. Now come to the next page. Now this is a very much analytical evaluative aspect. What are we seeing? India's constitutional journey. ठीक? इसको लिखो slash लिखो Indian Constitution at 80. Now these are reflective kind of questions that can come. Indian Constitution at 80 slash करके लिखो. Now I will tell you very simple frameworks to analyze these topics. Okay? अब देखो, what I am saying, India's constitutional journey. Fine. Now, when we have any journey, for example, agar question, this is your how has the constitution, I will say, evolved. First thing, whenever I say any journey, I'll tell you very shortly a very simple framework. Okay? Same thing can be applied to Indian foreign policy. How has the Indian foreign policy evolved from independence to current times? Same thing, internal security. From 1947 to right now, what is our journey? Okay? In journey, I should know some important milestones. In the journey, I should also know what is a very important challenges that we face. One of the biggest challenges that we faced was 1975 emergency. How many of you are aware of the ADM Jabalpur case? नहीं पढ़ा है कोई बात नहीं. I'll tell you what is that case. I'll tell you just in brief. And in that Jabalpur case, there was a dissenting judge. जिसका नाम क्या था? इनका नाम very good, Justice H.R. Khanna. And I will tell you the very important role. He is seen as a shining example who stood against the emergency and the centralizing tendencies. उनका quote भी देखेंगे अभी. So when I'm looking at constitutional journey, what is our idea? I need to know in a very brief sense, how do I make sense of what has happened? है ना? ठीक है? Now, for this, we will be seeing a 3C framework. 3 C's. Continuity, some changes, and some challenges, right? Sometimes directly you get a question, how to bring your points across. If I think in this manner, I will be able to generate points also, right? So constitution में, when I say continuity, it means from the time since independence to right now, these things have remained the same. और इसका आंसर छुपा है preamble में, as simple as that. If you think of continuity, think of preamble. Everything we aspire for, I'm not saying we have achieved everything, but we are in the process of doing that. Yes. So continuity में, what is the meaning of continuity? Okay, that we are committed to these ideals. And the cheat code here becomes preamble. If I remember the preamble, the basic values around it, that is my answer. During the independence and till now, we are committed to these ideals, right? Any keywords from the preamble apart from SSSDR that you are aware of? Hello, somebody has said justice. बहुत अच्छी बात है. What is justice? This is a question I always ask in a polity class, and this is generally what I see. चलो try करो. हाँ? Good, good, good. Try with the keywords. Fairness and equity, even good answer. Anything else? Giving the right that is what it deserves. ठीक है, और कुछ? चलो, getting what is due. Okay. Now what is due? It can be monetary. It can be non-monetary as well. Due मतलब क्या हुआ? हो सकता है I need to be paid 500 rupees. But sometimes it can be even beyond money. हो सकता है I have been humiliated. So that means it has to be even beyond money as well. Yes or no? और सोचो justice और क्या हो सकता है? How many of you know that there is the NCERT called as political theory that exists? सुना है ऐसा कुछ NCERT? In the chapter of justice, when you read the 5 or 6 lines, उसमें लिखा है it is very difficult to define justice. And in the NCERT, they have written a line, justice is just like love. You want to feel loved, you want to give love. In the same manner, you feel for justice. Everybody has a notion of justice and everybody has an inherent notion of justice. Right? And the best way to understand justice is through the works of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. According to him, political justice, or he says political democracy, without social and economic is meaningless, especially for developing countries and especially for India. अगर मैं justice बोलूं, justice का सिर्फ यह मतलब हो, if I say justice is equality of opportunity, आप बताओ, is it good or bad? If I say justice is equality of opportunity, what is that, good or bad? It is partially helpful. Equality of opportunity means everybody can now vote. Everybody can now participate in an exam. Everybody can now open a company. But equality of opportunity will never guarantee equality of outcomes. The people who are far behind, they will always be far behind. Right? तो इसीलिए political equality is only half victory. उससे ज्यादा important क्या है? Social and economic aspects. So when I'm saying continuity, the adjectives of preamble will come to my rescue, which also means equality, liberty, fraternity, dignity. All these are the commitments that we aspire for, in addition to sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. ये तो clear एकदम. Continuity में क्या होना चाहिए? And again, a small tip I will have is by heart the preamble. How many of you know preamble inside out? How many of you can come to the stage and repeat it for the entire class? कोई हाथ उठाएगा? अभी एकदम से हाथ डाउन चले गए हैं. Because this class is streamed live on YouTube, तो अभी और डर लग रहा होगा, है ना, ऑनलाइन बेइज्जती. चलो, no issues, fine. Second thing, so I hope we are clear on continuity, right? सेकेंड थिंग इज चेंजेस. आपके लिए चेंजेस में सिर्फ एक चीज याद रखनी है. व्हाट इज द चेंजेस? बेसिक अमेंडमेंट्स हैं, बट ऑलवेज रिमेंबर पार्लियामेंट्स अमेंडिंग पावर इज नॉट अनलिमिटेड. Parliament's amending power is limited by the basic structure doctrine. So there is no amendment till date in India which has fundamentally altered what we know about the constitution, right? And in the changes I will tell you a couple of important ones, but as we move along in the class, एक पूरा section है आपके notes में. Major amendments are summarized in the handout itself. Fine. So I will just drop down some important ones for now. जैसे कि कुछ changes, some prominent amendments. For example, I will say first constitutional amendment. What it brought? Ninth schedule. Okay, this was an important one. Another important amendment which I can think of and which we can add here. चलो एक में बता दो 52nd. I've taken a big jump. Of course, I can also say 42nd also. 42nd was known as the mini constitution. ठीक है, but 52nd से हम किसकी बात करते हैं? Anti-defection law. 61st is very important for universal. You remember this keyword, universal adult franchise. It lowered the age of voting 21 साल से 18. From 21 the age of voting was reduced to 18. Other than this, now one very important change which we can never forget is this: 73rd 74th democratic decentralization, panchayati raj, right? Think of 86th constitutional amendment. What is that? RTE, related to education. Think of 97th constitutional amendment act, cooperatives. अभी के लिए only write these keywords. इससे ज्यादा detail is there in your handout. I'll tell you the amendment section. Right now you just need to know the snapshot, what has happened. That's it. ठीक? If you are aware about them, and of course अब इसके beyond भी I can say 106 जरूर लिखो, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम. 102 103 very important. What is 102? NCBC. What is 103? AWS. Very important changes to the constitution. 106 Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. In few moments from now and by the end of the class, most of these amendments will be on your fingertips if you stay consistent and if you be active in the class. तो ज्यादा फोकस करना है बेसिक जो हम चीजें लिख रहे हैं. अदर डिटेल्स लेटर ऑन, सिंपल थिंग्स आप हैंडआउट से पढ़ो आराम से, बट कंसेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग शुड बी देयर एब्सोल्युटली. चेंजेस समझ में आ रहे हैं हमें? अब यहां पे आई विल राइट अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट हेडिंग. आफ्टर दिस यू राइट, मैं इसको अलग से लिख रहा हूं. आई एम राइटिंग इन द चेंजेस, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, there have been progressive judgments. Okay, now what you will do is इसको यहां पे लिखोगे because you have an entire page for this. In the second half of the page, again write a separate heading, progressive judgments, and now I'll tell you around 7 to 8 very important judgments which tell you, जो हमने देखा था aspect, that constitution is also a source of social transformation. तो पहले क्या होगा? In the, for example, your page is like this. Think of it in this manner, divide in two halves. 3 C's I have told you. In these C's, end at progressive judgments, make a line, and now write another line, फिर से progressive judgments. And around 6-7 very important constitutional amendments I'll tell you, or not amendments but very important cases related to the constitution. ठीक है? 3 C's यहाँ पे, end the C's at this progressive judgments, make a line, divide the page in half, and after that, after I complete this part, then I will go to challenges. Clear है? Now, before I begin, Anybody who has any idea of any progressive judgments that you are aware of? Progressive judgments. दो तो सामने कर ली अभी. Sabrimala and Navtej Johar. These are progressive judgments. Any other thing that you are aware of? Keshanand Bharti case, I'll go good, or Shah Banu case good, and Menka Gandhi case good. MK Ranjit Singh case, ठीक है, और सोचो. So you are saying 100 constitutional. अभी मैं amendments पे ज्यादा नहीं जाऊंगा. What you are saying is 100 Constitutional Amendment Act. Sorry. 101. 100 is land boundary agreement with Bangladesh. हाँ. SR Bomai case, ठीक है. Now, what we will do, the most important ones will be writing. And progressive judgments, they are also progressive socially, but they are also progressive legally as well. The ones I will tell you. Fine. Now, how to write this? तो जो progressive judgments हैं आपके पास, इसको भी कोशिश करिए 2 parts में लिखेंगे, ठीक है? Progressive judgments, first I will tell you from a legal standpoint of view. Okay, first write now both of them are related to basic structure doctrine. Keshanand Bharti case happens to be a case of 1973. Minerva Mills. One aspect is this. Second thing in progressive judgments, or from a legal point of view, I'll talk about Menka Gandhi case. Due process of law. Now let me first explain to you what I've written. देखो, from a legal standpoint of view, why I'm saying it is progressive in nature. Earlier, देखो, सबसे बड़ी part है यहाँ पे. What is the tussle? Is the question is Parliament's amending power. And the question to ask ourselves, is the amending power limited or it is unlimited? Right? Especially in the Keshanand Bharti case, we got to know the Parliament's amending power is limited. Parliament cannot change fundamentally the whole constitution. It can make changes provided it does not alter the basic structure of the constitution. ऐसा क्यों करा गया होगा आप सोचो. Again think of prevent tyranny of executive. Right? To prevent despotism, authoritarianism. And as we have seen, if the executive is powerful, like the example of Putin, to prolong their term, they change the constitution itself. But in our constitution, there is a safeguard. And this safeguard is very important to understand. What is the safeguard? Basic structure. Any amendment to the constitution that happens should not violate basic structure doctrine. Now, when we read Keshanand Bharti case, we also read Minerva Mills case. First thing is, Minerva Mills case also reaffirms basic structure doctrine. And Minerva Mills case also tells you that both FR and DPSPs are complementary to each other. And this was a long debate. The debate was whether FR is over DPSP or DPSP is above FR. And according to Minerva Mills case, the harmony between FR and DPSP is also the basic structure of the constitution. Right? And they emphasize which term? Harmony between FR and DPSP. So ऐसा नहीं कि DPSP is bigger than FR or FR is bigger than DPSP. The harmony between them, which is what? Both of them are complementary. And this you will understand when I discuss with you DPSP even better. I will tell you the main issue kya tha. The main issue was the implementation of land reforms. And when in that I will tell you the issue of Article 14, 1931 versus Article 39B, 39C. This is the crux of the debate, which we will understand. Up second is Menka Gandhi case. Menka Gandhi case tells me about due process of law. इससे पहले there is one more thing. In the AK Gopalan case, we hear about procedure established by law, right? Now, can anybody quickly, just because this is a topic you hear many times in pre, if you're having confusion, I will again repeat it. My question is, what is the difference between due process of law and procedure established by law? Law should be fair, just and reasonable. As per which due process of law? Anything else? So that means procedure established by law is not fair. Okay. Anybody else? बिल्कुल conceptually सोचना है मैं. हाँ. Okay. ठीक है. और? Okay. You were saying? Achha, you saying just that is procedure established is just going by the letter. This is spirit. That is also good way to think. अब देखो. When I'm saying procedure established by law, इसका मतलब क्या है? Anything legislature makes, I will say it is correct because legislature has made it. It has followed a procedure. I am not judging the law based on its intent, but I am judging the law based on who has made it and the outcome of it. Now, conventionally speaking, this can be okay, but Parliament या legislature can also make draconian laws, जैसे कि टाडा, जैसे कि पोटा, prevention of terrorism activities, TADA, right? Terrorism, etc. When I'm saying draconian, it means what? These laws do not deal with principles of natural justice. So that means if I judge a law only whether it has followed a procedure or not, it may not be the best thing to go about it. Which means I also need to know the law should be fair, the law should be just, the law should be reasonable. So in the procedure established by law, I was just looking at whether a basic procedure has been followed. And when I say procedure, it is only what? The literal procedure. There was a majority. How the majority was used, कैसे pass हुआ? Substance की बात नहीं करी मैंने. So when I say procedure established by law, it only talks about the procedure and not the substance. Which means sometimes if you ignore the substance, you can have a bad law. And to prevent a bad law, we are focusing on which part? Due process of law. In due process of a law, not only do I check the process, but I go one step beyond. I will also check the intent and the reasoning, which means I will check whether the law is fair, I will check whether the law is just, and I will check whether the law is reasonable or not. Are we able to understand till here? Okay? This is an important aspect. Fine. So there is a procedure established by law, which may not be the best thing to go about it, and there is a due process of law. Clear hai ye? Okay? So there are, from a legal standpoint, some progressive judgments. Now we will see some more judgments that you should be aware of. Okay, more progressive judgments. पहला देखो ओल्गा टेलिस केस. What is Olga Tellis case about? देखो right to livelihood. Put a dash. Olga Tellis case. Right to livelihood. Olga Tellis case tells me about, or we get more knowledge about the right to livelihood. First thing. Whenever you read about CJS criminal justice system, Hussaina Khatun case, put a dash. Right to speedy trial. Hussaina Khatun. I'm not writing the years, not relevant for you. याद भी करोगे भूल जाओगे एग्जाम में. कितने years हैं? Till now, for all of them, only remember the year of Keshavanand Bharti. Even this fact you can ignore. I can also tell you years of others. It will complicate you more. Olga Tellis case, it talks about the right to livelihood. Second one is Husainera Khatun case, right to a speedy trial. And whenever we are writing this, आपके दिमाग में चलना चाहिए when you revise which case is to be used where. If you talk of food security, etc., you can use Olga Tully's case. Okay, livelihood, good governance, living, anything related to criminal justice system, prisoners trial, we can talk about हुसैन खातून केस. ठीक है, आगे लिखते हैं. इन्वायरमेंट के दो मेजर केसेस साथ में लिख लेते हैं. Both are related to environment. M.K. Ranjit Singh versus Union of India. This case was also related to Great Indian Bustard. And MC Mehta case, you will find many cases of MC Mehta. MC Mehta case is also basic case of BS4 old vehicles. MC Mehta case is also case of Taj Trapezium. Where is Taj Trapezium? Where is Taj Mahal? In which part of India? ताज महल कहाँ है? आंध्रा? अच्छा, आगरा. आगरा, ओके ओके ओके, ठीक है. तो ताज महल, and then there is a Taj Trapezium. What is the idea of Taj Trapezium? All the polluting industries around the Taj Mahal will be relocated. क्यों? Because of polluting industries, Taj Mahal turned from white to yellow, yellow to white, white to yellow. ठीक है. So this is a challenge. Again, you will, when you read about it, all the major issues around it, you will have a look at. Fine. Okay. So there is an Olga Tully's case, there is a Husaina Khatun case, MC Mehta case, M.K. Ranjit Singh case. Other than this, there are some other cases that you should be aware of. दो केसेस तो अभी जो हमने लिखे, तो जस्ट नवतेज जौहर केस, सबरीमाला, in addition to this, common cause Aruna Shambok case related to the right to die with dignity. This is also a topic we'll have a look at. Right to die with dignity. Last case लिखो, this is a recent case of 2026. Dr. Jaya Thakur versus Union of India. What this is? This is the case of menstrual hygiene as a fundamental right under Article 21. So very diverse set of cases you have. Dr. Jaya Thakur versus Union of India, put a dash. And this is the case of 2026. And write menstrual hygiene as a fundamental right under Article 21. Menstrual hygiene as a fundamental right under Article 21. Okay. अब एक बार quickly let's recap. Okay. I'll tell you the case. You have to just summarize one word around the case. ठीक है. Keshavan Bharti case is about basic structure. Minerva Mills, basic structure and harmony between fundamental rights and DPSPs. तीसरा केस था मेनका गांधी केस. What does it talk about? Due process of law. Due process of law is different from Procedure established by law. What is due process of law? 3 keywords. Fair, just, reasonable. Okay. This part is clear. This is from a legal point of view. We have progressive judgments. Ab Olga Tellis case, livelihood. Husainara Khatun case, right to speedy trial. MC Mehta case, environment. MK Ranjit Singh case, broadly again environment. Navtej Johar case, decriminalization of same-sex marriages. Sabrimala case, women's entry. And in both the cases, I know CM is greater than, yes. Common cause Aruna Schambach case related to passive euthanasia, right to die with dignity. And even in 2026, we had a Harish Kumar case, again related to the same aspect of passive euthanasia. वो हम आगे लिखेंगे when I do the topic of euthanasia. Then you have Dr. Jay Thakur. What is Dr. Jay Thakur case? Right? And last week or case has been asked many times in the exam. The KS Puttaswamy case. All these are progressive judgments. Progressive judgments. Right to privacy. What is that? KS. R2P, I'm saying. Right to privacy. Under which article? Even this was asked in prelims. This is a very good list that you have. And even in the first 3 pages that we have done almost every year, 1 or 2 questions will come only from the topics that we have done. या तो वो progressive judgments पूछते हैं किसी और form में. Either they will say how is constitution a tool for social transformation. Not all of this is social transformation. But I've told you from a case point of view. That's a very good way to talk about it. And when you think of social transformation, you also add more judgments. Think of Article 15, think of Article 16. What can be done? That is also an agent of social transformation. Right? Keep this in mind. Now, coming back to a framework. Continuity clear hai? Changes ekdam clear hai? Changes mein you will only remember major amendments. That's it. And if there is more time and space, you can talk about more progressive judgments. See, progressive judgments give a modern interpretation to existing articles. So you have Article 21, and we say the scope of Article 21, is it increasing or decreasing? Constantly increasing. Article 21 not only has right to environment, it has right to livelihood, right? It is right to environment, clean and healthy environment, right to menstrual hygiene, right to privacy. सब कुछ क्या है? Article 21 very much expanding in nature, right? But अब हम आते हैं last important aspect पे. हाँ, अब इसमें your friend is asking a question that we have moved from socialism to LPG reforms. Okay? In 10 minutes from now, I will take this question under preamble. Preamble में there is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. What you are saying also has been asked by other litigation lawyers. That should India drop the keyword socialism from it. ठीक? अभी हम discuss करेंगे इसको. ठीक है? And again I'll give you 2 sides of the coin. Okay, so 10 minutes from now आपका doubt address होगा. Challenges पे आते हैं. What challenges does the constitutional history face? Any challenge you are aware of? जहां थोड़ा challenge हो रहा है, बताओ. Challenges में think from a simple constitutional angle. मैं आपको hint देता हूं. The hint is Schedule 7. बताओ. Simple answer is center state relations. There is a challenge sometimes. क्या होगा challenge center state relations में? Many times governor rule, sorry, the president rule is imposed without due process. Is that a challenge or not? होता है बहुत बार. And we see there's a political misuse of governor's rule. So sorry, I'm saying governor's rule. Why? President's rule. Okay. Okay. So पहली चीज लिखेंगे challenges में. In that you write, this is very practical in nature. And when I say this, which article am I talking about? ये किसने बोला था? Dr. Ambedkar said 356 will be a dead letter, but reality is it is one of the most misused provisions of the Constitution. So Article 356 was imagined to be a dead letter. It means kuch nahi hoga isme. But currently this is the most misused provision. Has been invoked more than 100 times. And 100 times is a very conservative estimate. Are we clear? Pehla issue. There is a constant of center-state relations. When I'm saying it's a challenge, it is a practical thing to happen in a democracy. Nothing can be perfect. So one is precedent's rule, and main cheez kya hai isme? Misuse. First thing, in center-state relations, again a challenge that is coming. Fiscal federalism. Why? States are dependent on center. आपके पास we have finance commission will say X amount of percentage, let's say 41% of the divisible pool will go to the states. But can that create a friction? Yes. Yes. So fiscal federalism is one issue. Okay. Abhi in iske specifics we will do under federalism. I will tell you the issue of cess, surcharge, divisible pool, 16th Finance Commission. But broadly speaking, is this a challenge? Yes, this is a challenge. Okay. What was the year of 42nd Constitutional Amendment? 1976. What was that year of emergency? Ab dekho, 42nd, many of you know as the mini constitution. That is correct. But 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act also included many centralizing provisions which aim to increase the power of the government. Right? And they were reversed by which amendment? 44th, 1978 mein. So ye jo point that which I have written is actually a reference to again remember, howsoever good a constitution is, constitution can also be prone to emergency, can also be prone to misuse. So we saw this firsthand. Over centralization brought about by 42nd, but good thing here was this was reversed 2 years later. 2 years later, it was reversed by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978. This is again a very practical example to quote and write. तो हम बहुत idealist example नहीं ले रहे हैं. We are saying center-state relations में yes, the misuse of precedent rule is there. Issue of fiscal federalism. Third issue is centralization, and that too that is unregulated, which is why it had to be reversed. And that is why whenever you read the topic of emergency, major changes were brought about or major safeguards were brought about by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. How many of you read that in prelims? What safeguards were brought about by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act? Just raise your hands. And please write this as your homework. This is a topic of prelims. What were the changes brought about by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act? ये आप आराम से पढ़िएगा जाके. What were the changes brought about by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act? देखो ब्रैकेट में with respect to emergency. Okay. Now, any other challenge the Constitution face, you try to tell me. सोचो. So फेडरलिज्म मैंने सोचा एक डायमेंशन हो गया अभी, ठीक है. कॉम्पिटिटिव में भी यू विल टॉक अबाउट सेंटर एंड स्टेट ओनली. एनीथिंग एल्स अपार्ट फ्रॉम फेडरलिज्म? अब देखो चैलेंज क्या हो सकता है, दैट यू हैव वैल्यूज बट यू आर स्टिल हैव नॉट इंप्लीमेंटेड. ओके, so एक challenge anywhere that will be common is the gap between ideals and reality, which means I will give examples. Despite Article 17, don't you see the practice of untouchability? right? We have seen cases of midday meals. If it is prepared by somebody, right, from the marginalized communities, so many people don't eat the midday meal. What is that? Constitution में तो कुछ लिखा है, but there is the gap, which again tells you the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's quote. Constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment. It has to be cultivated. It has to be made a practice. ये gap तो हमेशा ही है. This is the challenge. And ultimate reality is when we close the gap, we actually get and achieve our ideals. Any other issue that we face. ठीक है? Separation of power is a good point. That sometimes there is a challenge with separation of powers, specifically with an activist judiciary, which can lead to judicial overreach. Okay? So I am saying separation of powers, and in India, a better terms is checks and balances. Separation of powers is more useful in context of USA, जहाँ पे हर एक चीज, हर एक organ की clearly justified है. In our case, there is a deliberative functional overlap, right? The same judiciary can also perform the role of, right, other bodies, right, which we'll see. So sometimes I am saying there can be overreach, executive overreach, legislative or judiciary overreach. That is a challenge, because that can fundamentally alter or destroy the essence of constitution, right? Right now, who is keeping everything in check? Judiciary. But judiciary, maybe judges are ultimately human beings, right? So this can be a challenge. Another thing, because constitution may, if you think of howsoever good a constitution is, the people, so which means the parliamentarians. अभी क्या है मेन इशू, क्या है? इंक्रीजिंग क्रिमिनलाइजेशन ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स. अब ये लिंक्ड है इलेक्टोरल रिफॉर्म से. The better people who are there to implement the constitution, the better constitution will be there. So I'm linking now to a very broad topic of electoral reforms and increasing criminalization of politics. This is more than sufficient to understand what is there. And last thing, because we are living in the age of AI, information and misinformation, अब नए technological challenges हैं. Okay? अच्छा, challenges में आप एक और जगह, this I've talked about parliament, क्योंकि parliament में भी लोग हैं. एक आप सोच सकते हो is about the public. The one issue of the public is related to awareness of the constitution, right? The Supreme Court is trying to translate and simplify the constitution in as many languages, but abhi bhi many people are not aware about their rights. They don't know what exactly can they do. And another thing apart from awareness is the other is, that means access to justice, affordability. वहां पे this overlaps directly with the topic of judiciary, issue of judicial pendency. Why? Because who will be the ultimate interpreter of the constitution? Judges, yes or no? So constitution and how you enable the provisions, access का issue है. Many people are not able to reach regional courts. Supreme Court तो एक ही है, right? There are benches. Affordability का issue, of course, we are doing the live streaming of cases. There is, for example, you know, bodies like which pre-legal aid, कौन सी bodies हैं? NALSA, SALSA, right? But public वाले part में भी there is a challenge that we are aware of. Yes or no? ठीक है? And last I said, like in this part, overall, in the era of AI, misinformation, again, one must understand the essence of the constitution, which is more than sufficient. Center-state relations हो गए, centralizing tendencies, gap between ideals and practice, the overreach because of the institutions, parliament, which means the people who are supposed to implement the constitution, and ultimately the public, uski awareness. If the public is aware, it can keep the people in check. If you have good quality parliamentarians, you will have better quality debates, which will have good bills and ultimately better laws. That is the whole idea of the constitution, right? हाँ, अब ये ना, this is also a challenge. ये हम पढ़ेंगे decline of the parliament में. That bulldozing of bills, sometimes some bills, think of Aadhaar being passed as money bill. ठीक है, that is not a great practice. So this, all these practices we will see under the heading of decline of parliament. उसमें से I've just taken two aspects. All these aspects you can bring in. मैं यहाँ चाहूँ I can bring in debates, very limited debates. Very less bills are referred to committees. The quality of bills naturally will be lesser than what it should be. अब बताओ इतना समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है पहले? And these 3 pages contain a lot of information. Yes, people at the back. Collegium etc. When I say judiciary, तो पूरा एक भी organ है 100%. मीडिया वाला पार्ट फिर अवेयरनेस से आप जोड़ सकते हो, राइट? द फोर्थ पिलर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, राइट? एंड अगेन यू कैन आल्सो लिंक इट इंस्टीट्यूशंस. अ कंट्री नीड्स रोबस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशंस. सो ऑफ कोर्स यू हैव 3 पिलर्स. फोर्थ पिलर इज मीडिया. मीडिया से भी जोड़ सकते हैं बट नॉट डायरेक्टली. डोंट स्टार्ट दिस आंसर विद मीडिया. मीडिया विल अल्टीमेटली इनेबल द पीपल. डेमोक्रेसी का वैल्यू क्या है? एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ द पीपल. हाउ पीपल गेट एम्पावर्ड? इंफॉर्मेशन. If the information is correct, that is why I have linked it to AI and misinformation. तो यहाँ पे भी मीडिया का एस्पेक्ट होगा. Not just traditional media. We are not talking of social media, and we are talking of algorithms. It is the algorithms that govern our lives. Till here is it clear? ठीक है? Okay. Now come to the next topic. So before I come to the next topic, just a quick recap in 30 seconds. What all we have done? We have started with what is constitution. Clear है? अब बस कीवर्ड्स बोलो फटाफट. व्हाट इज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन? फंडामेंटल ऑफ द लैंड. इट कैन बी रिटन, इट कैन बी अनरिटन. पहली चीज. सेकंड, फंक्शंस ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. वी आर नॉट डूइंग इट फॉर द 10th टाइम. पहला, हु होल्ड्स पावर, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, लिमिटेशन. फोर्थ इज, फिफ्थ, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. 5 चीजें हो गई एंड वी हैव डन इट विद एग्जांपल्स. देन व्हाट इज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म? restraints and limits on the power, right? What is constitutional morality? Ideals, values. 2 cases. Navtej, your case. Second one is essence of these 2 cases. CM is greater than SM. Clear hai? What did Dr. Ambedkar say? CM is not a natural sentiment. It has to be cultivated. We've understood that. Then we move to the next page. In the next page, the most important takeaway for us was the criticisms of Constituent Assembly. क्या थे criticism? सिर्फ keyword. Not representative. Second, elitist. Third, many amendments have happened. Fourth, law is paradise. ऐसे ही याद करना है. पूरा टॉपिक कितने जल्दी कवर हो रहा है. नेक्स्ट पार्ट आ जाओ. काउंटर. पहली चीज, non Congress experts. Second, deliberation and consensus. Third, most of them INCs, India's INC, most of them returned back in the first general election. Then, the second ARC, National Commission to Review of the Working Constitution. No major changes were recommended. Clear hai? And this debate is actually very important to understand the legitimacy of Constituent Assembly. Clear hai? ठीक है. Next, what did we do? India's constitutional journey. Framework क्या है पहले बताओ? 3 C's. Continuity, changes, challenges. ये फ्रेमवर्क आप बहुत जगह लगा सकते हो. Indian foreign policy, when I'll teach you, I'll also teach you the same framework. Okay, the 3 C's. And there are people who use this framework, right? चलो, that is one. Now, what is continuity? क्या याद रखोगे? Ideals. क्या cheat code है? Preamble. If I know my preamble, I'll tell you what is the continuity. What are the changes? I just need to know major amendments. Okay, first constitutional amendment, 9th schedule. 42nd mini constitution, but it was criticized for bringing in centralization, which was reversed by 44th. 52nd anti-defection law. 61st, 21 to 18. 73rd, 74th panchayati raj institutions. 86th education. 97th cooperatives. 102. Okay, and again very shortly we'll see that also. Fine. And then we saw progressive judgments. Fine. Husainara Khatun case, free trial. Olga Tellis, right to livelihood. Case Puttaswamy, right to privacy. MK Ranjit Singh, environment, and most specifically Great Indian Bustard. ठीक है. MC Mehta case, environment. ठीक है. Minerva Mills, reaffirmed basic structure, and harmony between FR and DPSP. याद है? ठीक है. Any other case that I told you? Now Navtej Jowar and this you already remember. Aruna Schomburg case, passive euthanasia. ठीक है? That all we have seen. Now, next topic I think is preamble. Very simple topic. A lot of factual details are in the handout which you can easily cover, but main you have to follow here. ठीक है? Preamble में जो सवाल बनेंगे मेंस में, वो that I'll tell you, including the debate which your friend just asked, कि सर इंडिया ने सोशलिज्म से एलपीजी रिफॉर्म्स अडॉप्ट किया, what do you think should be done in that aspect? ठीक है? One by one I'll tell you. When I tell you the preamble, देखो preamble का इंट्रोडक्शन और what में एक दो चीजें आप याद कर डालो. ठीक है? If you want to introduce preamble, either you can say what is the preamble? It is yes or no? It provides insights into the minds of constitution makers. Is it a horoscope? ये किसने बोला? It is identity card, पालखी वाला, more than sufficient for the introduction of constitution. This, ठीक है? Now historical details, objective resolution, this and that, right now not that important, more relevant from prelims perspective. I just need to know the basic core essence of this. बिल्कुल basic मुझे पता होना चाहिए. हाँ भाई preamble क्या है? It tells me, gives insights to the mind of constitution makers. K.M. Munshi had said this is the horoscope, this can be used as an introduction, or Palki Wala has said it is the identity card. Right? Now, second thing to remember in the preamble, second thing is it tells me that we are sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. अब देखो, I'm putting a star mark on two terms. Why is that? Were they the part of original constitution? They were added by 42nd or 44th. And this is exactly where the debate lies. The debate says they were not the original part of the constitution. So is it right to remove them right now? Never take a direct answer. We will इसको हम एनालाइज करेंगे, yes है कि no है. ठीक है? और अगर आप yes बोल रहे हो तो you should have a conviction in your arguments. I am more interested in the argument, not with the answer. ठीक है? अब देखो, what does the preamble tell me? Of course, what are the ideals? Preamble ultimately also tells me we've just done this. What is that? We the people. पहली तो चीज ये है, कैन द प्रियम्बल बी अमेंडेड? इट कैन बी अमेंडेड. ओके, and these cases also tell me the another question that is there: is preamble the part of the constitution? Right? according to the Berubari Union, the initial presidential reference, preamble was not the part of the constitution. That was the verdict that was given. But when we go to the Keshavan Bharti case, it was said that preamble has been added at the last or at the very beginning. When every provision was being discussed, the provision of preamble that was there at the last. So it means when every provision was discussed, everything, finally then the preamble was added, which also shows to you preamble as a part of the constitution was not simply an accident. It was a thoughtful, deliberative exercise. A lot of thought was put behind it. Whether should that be a part? Is preamble a part of the constitution? Absolutely yes. Not just in the Keshavan Bharti case, later on in the LIC, India case, etc. We say that this is a part of the constitution. Yes. Initially it was said it is not a part of the constitution. एक और सवाल बनता है, is the preamble justiciable? अब इसका simple answer है no, right? But remember, preamble can be used to interpret ambiguities. ये हम याद रखेंगे, right? And the best example for that is preamble में there is a keyword dignity. This keyword has been used to interpret and help in Yes, Puttaswamy case में initially it was said whether it should be a fundamental right under Article 21 or not. So the judges also read the preamble, and in the preamble they said the word dignity is mentioned, and dignity also helped in interpreting this. So case Puttaswamy case, what does it tell you? Right to privacy is the intrinsic part of Article 21. It is going to be a fundamental right. Yes or no? तो उसके लिए ये भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है that even words like, so this is a very important argument in your mains answer. अगर आप लिखोगे कि भाई it is first of all not justiciable, it has no independent legal effect, but its keywords या values can be helpful for interpretation, but it has no independent legal effect, right? If there is an ambiguity, I can again read the preamble and can have a better understanding based on the preamble. As we saw, for example, the keyword dignity helping us understand the KS Puttaswamy case. Or KS Puttaswamy case not once but twice has been asked to you in the exam, right? Right to privacy, a fundamental part under which article 21. यहाँ तक clear है अपने को? ठीक है? This is the overall essence of preamble. What is preamble? Is the introduction, insights. What are the ideals? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. I will be now just explaining all of them to you. What is the source? We the people. We just saw the term popular sovereignty, right? It is we the people, right? Can it be amended? No or yes? Or of course, हमें पता है 42nd constitutional amendment. How many words it had added? 3 words add हुए थे. कौन से हैं 3 words? Socialist, secular और integrity. तीनों शब्द पता होने चाहिए आपको. These 3 were added. That tells you it is amendable. Is it the part of the constitution? No. And now yes. Even LIC India reaffirmed that. Is it justiciable? Nahi. But it can be used to interpret and understand the ambiguities. Till here, how many of you are able to follow? This, if you have done the major heavy lifting of preamble, you understand. But now I will be going into this part. First, every term that I'm going to tell, you should be absolutely clear in your mind wo hota kya hai. After that, I will go in these two in more detail. One is socialist, one is secular. Okay? Now, we'll start one by one. Okay? And for example, if you have less space, you can use the second part of your handout, which means, for example, हम यहाँ पे हैं अगर. अब ये preamble क्या है? This you can read very easy, right? NA Palki wala, all of things, very basic factual details, all of this we have done. Fine? Yeah, let's do one thing. Let's come to this, because I'm going to explain you some keywords, and after that what we'll be doing is socialist, secular. यहाँ पे I will be making one mind map on secular, which and socialist, which I'll tell you in a while. Now let's quickly go through this. यहाँ पे keywords mentioned है कुछ. Okay. Anything you want to add, directly add it here itself. Main keywords are 5: sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Let's start with sovereign. What is sovereign? Somebody say freedom to take decisions. बिल्कुल सही है, लिखो यहीं पे, लिखो एक आसान शब्दों में. देखो, इंडिपेंडेंट डिसीजन मेकिंग इन इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल एस्पेक्ट्स. यहां पे लिखा है सॉवरेन. कैन यू सी सॉवरेन? या तो अब यहां पे लिखो, इफ यू फॉलोइंग इट इन A4 शीट्स, वहां पे लिखो सॉवरेन इज मेंशन्ड हियर इन योर हैंडआउट. इंडिपेंडेंट डिसीजन मेकिंग कहां पे? एक्सटर्नल एंड इंटरनल मैटर्स, विच मीन्स इंटरनल मैटर्स में स्टेट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. इवन इन एक्सटर्नल मैटर्स स्टेट रिमेन्स मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? ठीक है, सॉवरेन एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर होना चाहिए. नाउ जस्ट अ क्विक रिकैप. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो स्टेट हैज 4 एलिमेंट्स? कौन से 4? जल्दी बताओ. अब देखो, पॉपुलेशन होता है, टेरिटरी, गवर्नमेंट, फोर्थ इज directly has been asked you in prelims, but very slightly indirect question they had asked you. State has 4 elements: population, territory, sovereignty, government. What is sovereignty? फिर से बताओ. Independent decision making in the external and internal matters. Very simple. पहले हो गया sovereign. दूसरे हम आते हैं socialist पे. As of now, what you need to remember in socialist, underline this case, Nakara versus Union of India. नकारा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया. अब यहां पे क्या लिखा है? इंडियन सोशलिज्म इज अ ब्लेंड ऑफ मार्क्सिज्म, गांधीज्म. इवन दिस हैज बीन आस्क्ड टू यू इन यूपीएससी प्रीलिम्स, राइट? नाउ आई विल हैव टू जस्ट एक्सप्लेन टू यू मार्क्सिज्म एंड गांधीज्म इन 1 or 2 लाइंस. अब देखो, चलो व्हाट यू कैन डू, गो टू दिस पेज. चलो हम सोशलिज्म एक ही बार में खत्म कर देते हैं. In the page where this term is mentioned, socialist, secular in the preamble, in this part I will now be drawing a mind map on secularism, a very comprehensive way to cover comprehensive way to cover socialism, including the most recent debate. ठीक है? Now सबसे पहला सवाल, and this is a very good way, I will be covering indirectly political ideologies यहां पे भी. Okay, question is what is socialism? क्या होता है socialism? It was a reaction against capitalism, पहली चीज. Now what capitalism said? Equality of opportunity, right? And when I say capitalism, capitalism is the economic philosophy of liberalism. है ना? Liberalism में who is the most important person? Individual, right? So why I am talking of the philosophy here. In liberalism, the core of liberalism is the individual. The core of socialism is the society. So that is individual versus society. Yes, capitalism, which is the economic philosophy of liberalism, ये क्या बोलती है? Equality of outcomes. But we know equality of outcomes lead to what? Rich getting rich, poor getting poor. This is happening since the oldest times that you can think of. So it is first of all a reaction against capitalism. दूसरा, the core of socialism is social justice and human dignity. Right? Basic thing you should be aware of. Social justice, human dignity. This is the what, which means instead of equality of opportunity, it will talk about equality of outcomes. The simplest understanding of what is socialism, first of all. Okay. Now, when I say types, देखो बहुत ढेर सारे types है socialism के. What you need to know right now and what is relevant for you. India followed and supported Fabian socialism. Nehru was inspired by it. Annie Besant was inspired by it. That is Fabian socialism. Fabian socialism किस सब की बात करता है? Centralized planning. It talks about mixed economy. This is what you see in India. However, socialism also has other examples, variants like Marxism. अब देखो मार्क्सिज्म का भी कोर आइडिया क्या है? सोशल जस्टिस. Marxism's core idea is human dignity, but how to achieve it is very different. Okay, which means see, Marx का main goal क्या है? Stateless society. This is the main goal. But method में क्या है? Violence. This is what creates a challenge. Now, Gandhism and Marxism converge on one thing. What is that? This is also a question. So, अगर मैं यहां देखता हूं, हमने यहां पे लिखा है, if I go back, Marxism and Gandhism, both Gandhism and Marxism talk about a stateless society. True. Gandhi's Ram Rajya talks about a stateless society, right? And for Gandhi, state is the reflection of weakness of a man. Gandhi believed in democratic decentralization. लोगों के पास power होनी चाहिए. He believed in panchayati raj, right? Think of charkha, local self-government. So Gandhi's vision is very different. But Gandhi and Marx का goal same है. Ultimate goal of Gandhism, ultimate I'm saying, is stateless society. Ultimate goal of Marxism is stateless society. But methods दोनों के एकदम अलग हैं. Marx supports violence, right? And according to Marx, there can, without the overthrow of capitalists, you cannot achieve the change. But Gandhi will say non-violence, and yet he will want a stateless society. ये difference है. And in case you are wondering, sir, इतना क्यों जानना है हमको? ये question UPSC prelims में they have asked you in GS1, which means even non-PSR people should be aware of this. Non-pub ad people, or let's say, I think Marxism also you read about in sociology. So normal students से वो expect कर रहे हैं. That is why your knowledge of mains should be in such a manner. It is also going to help you in prelims. The question was the common goal of Marxism and Gandhism is, क्या common goal है? Stateless society. Methods are different, sure. Okay. Types, I have written only 2 types. There are many types. For GS, you don't need to go beyond this. Okay. One of them is Fabian socialism, which India was inspired by other people also, but India के लिए याद रखो. And one of the types is Marxism. Sometimes you get confused. Broader ideology is socialism. Okay. And a subset of that can be Marxism. Is that clear? Right? अब हम देखते हैं इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में. The biggest thing that you have to remember is right. Article 38 of the DPSP still talks about how we are committed to the idea of a welfare state. SJ plus SD means social justice or human dignity is the core part of India's welfare state. So some ideals of socialism that you see here are here, right? One more thing you can remember. अभी जो देखा हमने नकारा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया. right? And now I need to know what is happening in the current times. Recent times में क्या debate है? Prepare it in this manner. Any type of question they ask you, conceptual, tricky, you will be able to answer that. Now, what is socialism? I know types. I know. Indian context में socialist term was added to the preamble by which amendment? 42nd amendment. ठीक है? अब debate क्या है? Debate का context I have to tell you. Now, to understand the context, you need to know India's history, which means what happened to India. For example, from independence to 1990, what were we following? Mixed economy, centralized planning. But we know that there India faced a balance of payments crisis. When? 1991, we faced a BOP crisis. And finally, we adopted LPG reforms. What are LPG reforms? Liberalization, privatization, globalization. तीनों में अंतर बता दो. What is liberalization? Don't tell me liberalization means to liberalize. Privatize means to privatize. Globalization means to globalize. Tell me the difference between LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, और कुछ. Start with liberalism. What is liberalism? Can I say open markets? What is privatization? Rolling back of the state. Deregulation हो गया, privatization. And again remember, it is not government's business to be in business. Right now we say minimum government, maximum governance. कहां से आ रहा है? Privatization. Government is not very efficient. So government will take a step back. You have seen that happening even with Air India. LPG reforms. Then what is globalization? Opening up and basically देखो globalization एक simple सी definition कोई भी याद रख लो. Somebody can say globalization is a compression of time and space. Somebody will say globalization is the movement of ideas, capital and people. Any single definition, because globalization is a topic also in GS1. ठीक है? अब globalization, somebody will say globalization is a borderless world and a global world. Yes or no? I know three terms. Because you have to understand, India was following socialist type of planning. The moment India adopted this, slowly debate started. Debate क्या है? Should India stop using the word socialist in the preamble? How many of you now understand why the debate is there? किसको समझ में आ रहा है debate हो क्यों रही है? Because there is the change of economic philosophy. How many of you follow till here? समझ रहे हैं हम? इस डिबेट के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आप समझना पड़ेगा. So that means there are two sides to this. Okay? First side says, पहली बात, no, the side that says remove the word socialist. पहला आर्गुमेंट क्या है? Not originally part of constitution. Yes or no? Second argument उनका क्या है? India has adopted LPG reforms. So why are you being lazy? When you are following a different economic philosophy, make the appropriate changes. We have abolished planning commission. Planning commission was doing the allocation of resources. Yes or no? अब जब PC abolish हो गया, now you have Niti Aayog. Now you have better different plans. Niti Aayog or Finance Commission will talk more and more about LPG reforms. So this side says, भाई हटा दो इस शब्द को. This word creates confusion. It is not aligned with reality. How many of you understand this side of the debate? ये समझ में आ रहा है? ठीक? But for everything there is a counter. This part you have to understand very well, right? Why should you retain the word socialist despite the fact I've given you three strong counters? despite the fact it is not the part of original constitution, despite the fact we are pursuing LPG reforms, and despite the fact we have abolished planning commission, right? अब देखते हैं क्यों retain करना है. पहला argument, it was always implicit if it is not explicit. हमेशा सही था ये, right? कैसे पता चलता है? How do we get to know? DPSP specifically which article? 38 याद रखेंगे. First argument, right? Which counters that it is not necessary to it be explicitly a part of the constitution. It was already there. Second is a strong judgment. Samtha judgment. Now, Samtha judgment is related to Andhra Pradesh, and I'll give you the context here. There were tribals living in Samtha, and there was a private company. And it was said if the private company goes for deforestation, right, more economic development can be there. And what we will do, we will simply rehabilitate the tribals. If they're living in one part of the land, let's move them to the other part of the land. Kya problem hai? Jobs zyada ho jayenge create, right? In this, the Supreme Court said, basically, India's commitment, and this is a line we will remember, India's commitment to socialism is not commitment to economic philosophy. It is the commitment to the ideals of social justice and human dignity. In India, because if you look at socialism or socialist state only purely from an economic lens, that is not a correct reading, right? The economic philosophy may keep on changing, but our commitment as a welfare state is to the ideals of two keywords. कौन से दो keywords हैं? Social justice and human dignity. And in this case, this is why, despite economic benefit, it did not give away the land to the private company. अब वो land tribals के पास रहा. क्यों? For their social justice and human dignity, that land was important. What does it mean? India's social justice, or sorry, Indian socialism is beyond the economic philosophy. It is India's commitment to social justice and human dignity. So Samtha judgment, आप बस यहाँ पे लिखना आंध्रा, so that you know. ट्राइबल रिहैबिलिटेशन का केस था, बहुत बेसिक याद रखना है. Moving them to other area. The court said socialism in India is not just economic philosophy, but commitment to two keywords: social justice and human dignity. So whenever we have to defend, why should you still have socialism? Because we are committed to a welfare state, which means the government will have to, government cannot privatize healthcare totally and education totally. The core services government will have to ensure. Why? If two keywords, social justice and human dignity. This is what makes it a very, very important aspect, right? और तीसरी चीज equally important, let me explain this to you. मैंने लिखा जो है welfare state, लिखा dash stronger post LPG. Let me explain this to you. India is committed to the idea of welfare state शुरू से. When we were having hardcore socialism, did we have enough money with us? नहीं. We had rampant poverty. State was doing everything that the state could do. State was making loss-making businesses. सारी problems थी state के पास. Yes. अब these problems led to issues. क्या issues हुए? State become huge monopoly, license raj, corruption, slow rate of growth. Now when India has adopted LPG reforms, state has become bloated or leaner. बताओ. State has become heavy or light? light. All the other loss making entities it has given away. State क्या हो गया है? Light. पहली चीज, do we understand this or not? State has become lighter, first thing. Second, state does have more revenues, less revenues. State now has more revenue and state has now more capacity to deal with poverty, hunger, malnutrition, development. ये हमें समझ में आ रहा है? अब हम कहते हैं after adoption of LPG we are in a better position to tackle developmental issues. So we were a welfare state previously also, but right now what is the good thing? अब अच्छा क्या हुआ है हमारे साथ? बताओ. State is stronger position है. LPG reforms have made the state stronger. Now state can tackle developmental issues better. Do you understand all the three arguments now? इतना याद करो, that is the core essence. इसके beyond, these are the most rich arguments that you can think of. And we have done it on the spot so that you can think organically. एक बार आप समझ जाओ, आपको रट्टा सिर्फ फैक्ट का होना चाहिए, facts. समता judgment is a fact, but this is the understanding कि भाई socialism in India is not just a economic philosophy. It goes beyond that. We are now even more capacity wise, resource wise, we are better, which means our commitment can now be done even better. How many of you understand that? ये समझ में आ रहा है? This is the core essence of socialism in India and the crux. So if you now see your mind map, what is socialism? Clear है में? Equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome and commitment to social justice and human dignity. Types में सिर्फ ये याद रखो, Fabian socialism and Marxism and Gandhism connection I've also told you, and Marxism and Gandhism divergence I've also told you. Clear है? Indian context में 42nd amendment, some factual things I need to know. Article 38 DPSP welfare state. Fine. अब आते हैं crux of the debate. Why should you remove socialist? 3 arguments. Why should you retain 3 arguments? That's it. And this even answers the current debate that was going on. In 2024 there was this issue, right? और इस पूरे जो यहाँ पे राइटअप लिखा है, इसमें आपको सिर्फ एक चीज अंडरलाइन करनी है पूरे इसमें, बाकी चीज यू विल अंडरस्टैंड. अंडरलाइन डॉक्टर बलराम सिंह वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया. Dr. Balram Singh versus Union of India. It has dismissed the petitions for removing the keywords socialist and secular. Abolition Planning Commission, which means we were earlier rooted in the idea of centralized planning. अब क्या हो गया? Decentralized planning. Planning Commission, और देखो जिसको नहीं भी ये पता है, just for very basic एक keyword, this is a bigger topic of economy. Planning Commission नीति. देखो मेन चीज क्या है? This is it talks about top down approach. This talks about Planning Commission was related to allocation of पैसा also. इसके पास ऐसी कोई पावर नहीं है. It is simply a Planning Commission used to create 5-year plans. Now this creates 3-year, 7-year, even long-term 15-year agendas. Role बहुत अलग है दोनों का. But this is a broader topic that you will read in economy in more detail. For now, you just need to remember that when we had abolished Planning Commission, somebody can again say, when you are abolishing centralized planning, you are moving away from your commitment to socialism. So again, remove the word socialism. So this term has both political, which is the polity aspect, and even the economy aspect. और ये भी बहुत common question है इस साल. क्यों? This body came in 2015. This year mains, or maybe your mains of 2027, they can ask you a question. Review Niti Aayog in the last 10 years, in 1 decade. So you have to talk about its hits and its misses and end with what is the possible futuristic. But please remember, this is a question that you will do better when you do the economy. ये economy का ही hardcore topic है, planning and economic development. Planning Commission and Niti Aayog का difference. ठीक है, so I've given you a very basic simple table to understand the core difference between the two. All right, अंडरलाइन ओनली दिस अंडरलाइन करना है, बलराम सिंह वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया. फाइन, अब देखो नीचे आ जाओ इसी में. अब इसमें क्या हुआ, इन दिस अंडरलाइन द टर्म डिसमिस्ड रेट्रोस्पेक्टिविटी. जजमेंट का मेन कीवर्ड, आई विल एक्सप्लेन दिस टू यू. सुप्रीम कोर्ट सिंपली सेज if you have adopted something on a later date does not mean it is not an inherent part, or does not mean it should be now removed. So a date of adoption does not curtail amending powers. सिंपल सी चीज है पहला. ठीक. दूसरा, you can amend the preamble which we know, but preamble में amendment should not violate basic structure. ये तो this is true everywhere. And directly अभी secularism we have not done, तो अभी भूल जाओ, अभी इस पे आओ. Sex socialism, and exact this line you have understood with me. Socialism denotes the commitment to welfare state and commitment to equality of opportunity. इसके साथ लिखो plus outcomes, because the equality of opportunity does not explain you the difference between opportunity and outcomes. So you will add outcomes here, right? Now another term that is there, secularism. ठीक है, इसकी भी बात कर लेते हैं secularism की. Now here there's a comparatively shorter mind map. तो आप क्या कर सकते हो, यहां पे स्पेस खाली है, सिंपल सा सेकुलरिज्म का माइंड मैप बनाएंगे. बिलो अमेंडेबिलिटी, अदर थिंग्स एवरीथिंग पार्ट है नहीं है वो सब हम कर चुके हैं, राइट. सिंपल सा एक माइंड मैप बनाएंगे सेकुलरिज्म का, जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इट मींस. एंड अगेन रिमेंबर, चलो सेकुलरिज्म को शुरू करते हैं. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द डेफिनेशन. व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ सेकुलरिज्म? strict separation between religion and state. बट जब मैं बोलूंगा आप हमेशा ब्रैकेट में ये लिखेंगे, वेस्ट. इंडिया हैज नॉट कॉपीड वेस्टर्न नोशन, हमारा इंटरप्रिटेशन इज डिफरेंट. अकॉर्डिंग इन द वेस्ट देयर इज अ स्ट्रिक्ट सेपरेशन बिटवीन रिलीजन एंड द स्टेट. फाइन. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हर्ड अबाउट अ पर्सन नोन एज मैकियावेली? राइट. एनीथिंग दैट यू रिमेंबर ऑफ मैकियावेली? क्या करा था उन्होंने? He talked about secularism, right? And why? It is not important that you know Machiavelli, but it is important what he said. In the medieval times, context बस याद रखना है. The medieval times में what was more, the Christian morality was dominant, right? So there was a difference. For example, state hai and there is pope, right? There is papal supremacy. So in the medieval times, main issue is the fight between these two, the state and religion. Ab religion kaise? Through church, pope. And Machiavelli saw many times church overpowering the state. Kyun? When I say the term Christian morality, the king was also bound by Christian morality, which means the king also had to propagate religion and king had to do good deeds. आप good deeds कैसे करोगे? When you are supporting the church, and sometimes the church will have an overbearing influence. And according to Machiavelli, etc., too much of morality in religion does not allow you expansion, does not allow you to fight wars, right? So main challenge क्या है? Religion and state were fighting, which is why in the West, through the works of Machiavelli and others, we see this. Ultimately, what is the idea of secularism? Is there should be a strict separation between the church, which means the religion, and the state. Now, if people want to practice religion in the private sphere, nobody is stopping them. But the state actively may not do it. Of course, there are counters to it. There are theological states. Theological states, let's say like Iran. Some states may have an official religion, हो सकता है, ठीक है? But what is the strict definition? That is something you need to know. अब when I say secularism, अब when I bring in India, India में we use the term secularism is based upon principal distance. यहाँ पे क्या है? Strict separation. This is a keyword difference. And this keyword, even in GS, you can write who says this. In India, there is the principal distance. We don't have strict separation. Principal distance का मतलब क्या है? State can intervene in extraordinary circumstances. For example, when you saw triple talaq, right? Or when there is, let's say, Hajj subsidy being given, any yatra that is being carried out. So state will maintain a healthy distance. But if state sees, because we will see of that in certain older practices, they can be regressive in nature. To stop those regressive practices, the state can intervene. Do we understand this? अब इंडिया का प्रिंसिपल, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ इंडिया? इंडिया के केस में इट इज प्रिंसिपल डिस्टेंस. फाइन. इंडिया का स्टेट हैज नो ऑफिशियल रिलीजन. बिल्कुल क्लियर रखो दिमाग में. ओके. बट स्टेट ऑफ कोर्स does not stop anybody from practicing, professing, propagating any religion. We have Article 25 to 28 and we have Article 29, 30. And even the rights of minorities, which support this. India के context में, again one more thing. We say serve ultimately respect for all religions. अब देखो फ्रांस है. फ्रांस में देयर इज अ बैन ऑन रिलीजियस आइडेंटिटी मार्कर्स. फॉर एग्जांपल, यू कैन नॉट वियर अ बुर्खा, you cannot wear a turban in public. India में there is no such ban. This also tells you India's, अब देखो इससे what is the understanding we want to bring in? India's management of diversity is very different from West. India is a very much culturally diverse religion, multiple religions, yet we have a very accommodative view of secularism. But France does not have it. In fact, UPSC में ये सवाल आ रखा है आपसे मेंस में. And the question is, what can France learn from India's secularism? And you will see secularism topic both in polity and even in GS1 society. It's a topic that overlaps with GS1 as well as GS2. So when I say France, again I'm repeating, any identity markers which are in public are banned. But in India, you celebrate, we say India में unity in diversity. So Indian approach to managing diversity is very different. West में क्या है? Generally speaking, strict separation between the religion and the state. India में we have a principal distance, right? And very specific, there is no ban on religious identity markers. We have equal respect for all religions, known as Sarva Dharma Sambhav. One more distinction that I'll tell you, okay? And I'll just bring the last aspect here is the aspect of debate. सबसे पहला, धर्म in India does not mean religion. This is what West used to think. West will translate the term religion. उनके हिसाब से धर्म क्या हो गया इंडिया में? Religion. When we say religion in India, religion is separate, धर्म is separate. इंडिया में धर्म क्या है? Duty based. Now, what do I mean here? इंडिया में, that is why it is better to say this term is incorrect in India. Many times asked in UPSC interview. We are not dharma nirpeksh. We are panth nirpekshta. Panth is the sect. Dharma nirpekshta means duty. हमारे यहाँ we are not, we are following the duty, by the way. This is the incorrect term. A correct term is panth means sect. This is the correct term to use in Indian context. So sometimes there is a debate on this. So that English translation sometimes of dharma is directly religion. हमारे यहाँ it is more wider. We are duty based. And you can never be indifferent to duty. You can be indifferent to sects. There can be various sects. But duty is something that has to be followed. So two things. Dharma nirpekshta is the incorrect term. A correct term is panth nirpekshta. First debate. Second debate is something कि भाई this was added by 42nd constitutional amendment. So that means it is added later on. It is not a permanent feature. इसका भी counter है अपने पास. You see the articles 25 to 28 and the vision of our let's say makers right from Nehru. Achha, Nehru had a very secular approach, okay, and Gandhian approach is different. So India के case में Indian secularism is a mix of Nehru, it is a mix of Gandhi and Ambedkar. अब ये अगर आपको समझ में आ गया, you will understand everything. And these are three different perspectives on religion. Nehru's approach, if I say, is the most secular approach. Gandhian approach, see, Gandhi saw virtue in religion, right? But if I look at Dr. Ambedkar, he will say, put a dynamite on Manu Shastra and the Vedas. And he says it is the religion. And he was very critical of Hinduism, and which is why later on he converted to Buddhism. And his approach tells you that there should be safeguards. So whenever I say Ambedkar approach is built on constitutional safeguards, which is seen in Article 15, Article 16 and other articles. So Indian approach is a mix of all the three: Nehruvian elements, Gandhian elements, Ambedkarite elements. Ambedkar was critical of Vedas, Manusmriti, right? So because he would say it is Manusmriti and the Vedas that have led to discrimination that is going on. And Ambedkar's approach to ending the discrimination starting from religion was through constitution. Ambedkar had a lot of faith in constitution. So how is India managing the diversity of religion and also addressing discrimination? Is through the constitution. So that is why we have to understand Indian approach is a mix and a blend of Nehruvian, Gandhian and Ambedkarite approach. It's a blend of it. And in this, the biggest safeguards are put keeping Ambedkar in mind. We don't have a state official religion, yet we allow the individuals to propagate their religion. Of course, we are not, there should be no forced convergence, etc. This is one thing you will remember. Okay. And last, abhi jo recent debate chal raha hai, that is a separate topic that we'll do. Just put right UCC and put a star mark. UCC is part of which article of the Constitution? तो वहां पे आगे देखेंगे article 44. This is a separate topic that we'll do when I do DPSP with you. That will give you even more clarity. What is the essence of UCC? Right? For example, anybody, let's say he's a Hindu, Christian, Muslim, if they perform a crime, they are subjected to same laws, right? But in the matters of inheritance, in the matters of divorce, in the matters of other personal rights, the different religions have different rules and codes. So ab baat hai in the UCC, the idea of having a uniformity in these codes, and by the way, it will be debated also, and we'll see what is the idea and how do we address that. Okay? That part you'll also understand. Are we able to understand this? The essence of secularism, what is West, what is India. India के केस में याद रखेंगे राजीव भार्गव. Remember the articles from 25 to 28. there are protection for minorities also, right? Now, iske sorry, Gandhian view was that religion is seen to be a positive force. That is his view. In fact, Gandhi would also say that politics without religion is nothing but a death trap. And Gandhi was critical of Machiavelli also. But simply Gandhian view hai, religion is a source of virtue. Talking of religion, what did Karl Marx say? Religion is the opium of masses. What is opium? Right? Abhi automatically smiles aa gayi, pata nahi kyun. Opium is a drug, right? Opium, and why does he say religion is the opium of masses? Any idea? Very good. जिसने इनका आंसर नहीं सुना है यहां से कोई ट्राई करो. किसने सुना है? How many of you have heard this quote? Religion is the opium of masses. ठीक है? Opium is a drug. People use drugs either for recreation, for escape. So Karl Marx used to say, in the capitalist order, you are working in factories, you are getting exploited, you are getting alienated. Now, religion offers you a hope. And the religion at least makes you think and forget things and escape things. So people use religion as an escape. And it is the religion that sometimes often limits the revolutionary potential of people. Because if the people know that they are getting exploited continuously and there is no hope, they will start to revolt and they will overthrow the capitalist order. Which is why he says religion is the opium of masses. Broadly remember karo, abhi nobody is going to ask you it here. Okay? Huh. No. Here, see, Dharma Nirpekshta and Pad Nirpekshta is to clarify what exactly is Indian secularism. For example, Nirpekshta means what? Nirpekshta, chalo, what is the English meaning of Nirpekshta? Which means, there will be no partiality in that sense. Dharma Nirpekshta means you are not, let's say, impartial to dharma. In Indian context, for example, dharma का मतलब क्या है? Not religion, but it is duty. If you are following any ways, duty आप हमेशा support करोगे. You cannot be, इसका mean क्या है? You cannot be indifferent to the duty. Right? Anywhere their duty is going to be there, you have to take that into account. But you will not prioritize any sect. There are different sects. Buddhism में multiple sects are there. Jainism में है, Hinduism में है. So you are not going to promote any specific sect. So sect वाली चीज हम नहीं promote करेंगे. But we are not going to be indifferent towards duty. Which means what? Indian conception is different from West. West के हिसाब से धर्म का मतलब होता है duty. Right? That is the main part. In fact, if you think of the recent movie Ramayana, sometimes Ramayana and Mahabharata is said to be dharma yuddha. Dharma yuddha का western interpretation, narrow interpretation is it's a religious war. गलत है वो. What is the Indian interpretation of dharma yuddha? It is a duty, it is a fight between what is right and what is wrong. It is an ethical war, it is a moral war. It is the duty. And sometimes to fight for your rights and justice, that is the biggest dharma yuddha. So dharma yuddha, if you see some of the English translations, for them, it is a religious war. No. There are mythical and other elements, true. But dharma yuddha is even bigger than that. So for example, if you read any better English translation of, let's say, Bhagavad Gita or let's say Mahabharata, then it is saying that it is simply like a war between your higher self and your lower self. A war between a higher good and a lower good. It is like that. Okay? To end this, please write somewhere. Iske niche, just write a quote. D. Smith, write the quote, minorities are the custodians of the Constitution. minorities are the custodians of the constitution. It simply means, for example, if I'm thinking of secularism, how a state treats its minorities tells me how good or bad the state is. So this statement tells you how we treat minorities. Why? In a democracy, there is always a fear of majoritarianism, right? Because democracy mein kya hai? It is the rule of demos. Demos is the people. The people who are in majority sometimes can they can overpower the minority. So a good state is what? Jahan pe minorities are treated well. And sometimes I can say, I will look at a state and look at how the treatment of minorities are there, right? अब देखो इसमें examples क्या हो सकते हैं आपके दिमाग में? Think of Rohingyas in Myanmar. कह सकते हैं? Right? Myanmar में you have Rohingyas. Rohingyas are the most persecuted communities right now, heavily being targeted. Ethnic cleansing of Rohingyas is going on. And Myanmar is currently ruled by the military junta, right? If you look at Bangladesh, if you look at Pakistan, the treatment of minorities are getting persecuted. Agar aap Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, this is also one reason why India had brought in. When I do citizenship, I'll again explain to you this. Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 to fast track the citizenship of the countries where the minorities are getting mistreated, exploited. Do we understand this? Okay. Now, just to quickly recap, we started with preamble. What is preamble? Batao. Basic hai na, insights into the mind of makers. Second, we understood there are some keywords in the preamble. We were discussing this. Sovereign ho gaya, socialist ho gaya, secular ho gaya. What is democratic? What is democracy? Rule of the people, fine. And what is the republic? Right? The head of state would have to be elected, right? What is the opposite of republic? It's a monarchy, fine. These 5 keywords are clear to us. Source of authority, we the people, is clear to us. Amendability, very union, KP case, part of the constitution, justiciable, okay. Dignity, case Puttaswamy, and then we understood socialism, then we understood secularism, and we also now understand the debate, which was the Supreme Court case where the petitions were dismissed related to socialism and secularism. Batao. Balram Singh versus Union of India. That's it. Okay. अब आप पढ़ो secularism के definition, and after this now we move to the next topic. Simple क्या? What is it? Neither state has its own religion, we know, and the state is not restricting the freedom of conscience to profess, practice, and propagate the religion. Is that clear? That is what we are saying basically, right? Okay, come to the next page. बहुत simple सा एक understanding है, because one of the keywords in the preamble is democratic. So there is a term democracy, fine. This won't take much time. This is a simple table. We have to understand parliamentary, presidential. अब देखो, there is a term democracy. What democracy? 2 things I'll just tell you, very simple. First thing is, what is democracy? In your schools, ये पढ़ी definition? ये पढ़ा है हमने? Another simple definition is, the core of democracy is empowerment of the people. Now this thing for, by, and of, in the modern sense, it gets twisted. For the people, by the people, of the people, right? So one is ideal, one is real. We know money and muscle power in the elections, not just India, everywhere. What is meaning of for the people? Democracy is very far away from the people. What does it mean? There is hardly any democratic decentralization. True decision making is only centralized. By the people is what? Money and muscle power. Elections, right? Think of revenue culture. Think of freebies. What is that? By the people. And last one is of the people. Not talking about their issues. Taking away different aspects altogether. So this is the ideal case. This is the modern form. Second, you know, it is empowerment of the people. Now, you have to write all of this in the space that is given here. थोड़ा सा space है, इतना ही लिखना है. And we will end it with a simple quote, Dr. Ambedkar. Right? Right? देखो, political democracy without social and economic democracy. सबसे best and simple quote to remember here. Political democracy without social and economic democracy is meaningless. Political democracy without social and economic democracy is meaningless. Political democracy is what? क्या होती है political democracy? You will say, sir, we have a right to vote. Everybody can participate. Let's say, think of women in the initial feminist movements. The fight was that women should have a right to vote. Women should occupy public positions, right? But reality was what? In the public sphere and in the private sphere, patriarchy was still there. Even when women in the recent times, when you know, they are part of panchayats. But are we aware of the panchayat pati syndrome? Right? So क्या real power है? नहीं है. Even if on paper political power is there, but the issue is in reality, power is not there. There is social discrimination going on, right? Same also happens with the marginalized communities. Yes or no? So what are we saying? If on paper everybody is equal, or if you're only allowed to vote and be a part of the process, it is meaningless. Why? There is no economic democracy, and usse bhi zyada important hai social democracy. India already facing caste evils, discrimination, ostracization. Yes or no? And sometimes the religion also may support some of it. May be distorted, howsoever you want to say. Are we clear on this quote? What is the quote? Now you will repeat. Kya quote hai? And that is meaningless. Fine. Keep that in mind. All right. Now coming back, this is a simple table, direct versus indirect. देखो बहुत clear है. What is the idea of direct democracy? Direct democracy is people directly take a part. Is that practical? It is not practical. Which is why there is indirect democracy. What is the idea of indirect democracy? Right? You choose your representative and the representative will take action. Fine. So you just need to know this. Make universal vote on every policy. No, there is no intermediary. You have elected representatives, right? More transparency. But issue is it is less efficient. And just remember Athens, older times, right now in Switzerland, Appenzell Galeries, they actually have direct democracy. Can you tell me tools of direct democracy? अब वो लिख लो. Right? Referendum, recall, plebiscite. Any other tool? Initiative, 4 tools हैं. You should know all the 4 tools. Referendum, recall, plebiscite, initiative. Was referendum in news some time back? Brexit. Brexit में there was a referendum that was done. Now this is basic prelims knowledge. right? And prepare a short note on it, will be helpful for prelims as well. एक line definition and one example each. Recall wala example we had also discussed in a governance class. A tool of good governance can be the right to recall. Right to recall means what? If somebody is not performing well, you will say, "Aajo wapas." In sometimes, have you seen in cricket? Sometimes a batsman is not able to play for many overs. Then they'll say, "Chalo, wapas aao, we'll send somebody else." That is the idea. Referendum, plebiscite. These are the tools of direct democracy. Fine. Keep this in mind. Indirect, yes, we have that in India. Right? That is the more practical form that happens. Right? Now, you have parliamentary and presidential. All you need to know is the essence of it. What form do we have in India? Only thing to remember in both of them, क्या हमें याद रखना है? देखो, what is the essence of parliamentary? क्या है essence? Core essence. What is the value, main value in parliamentary form of government? और कुछ? Accountability. Anybody else who says accountability? बिल्कुल सही. तो what is the keyword? Responsible, accountable, right? Parliamentary system का keyword है and accountability, right? Of course, you have Article 75 and most specifically Article 75(3). So हमने people sink and swim together. अब देखो, when India was going for its constitution making, this debate was there. What is more important, parliamentary or presidential? Presidential के साथ फायदा क्या है बताओ? This means efficient. All these are positives of presidential. Which country has presidential form of government? USA. ठीक है? Stable होगी, efficient होगी, faster decision making. It will have more experts, right? Whereas यहाँ पे मैंने एक भी nothing I have talked about stability. Here you will see ayaram gayaram, right? People will defect. In parliamentary, it will be highly unstable. But despite being highly unstable, why would the parliamentarians go for it? ऐसा क्या है इसमें? Collective responsibility. Anything else? Good. पहला चीज क्या है? We've already had a good experience of the British times where we use the same thing. We have a Government of India Acts. So we already had an experience. But उससे ज्यादा बड़ी चीज क्या है? We preferred accountability over efficiency. As simple as that. For a diverse democratic country like India, accountability was more important. Right? Executive will be responsible to the legislature. And this is the core essence. ये बहुत important values. And if you get a question in the mains, later on, this you also read in the prelims, you know a simple table you can make. But table बनाओगे भी कब? When you know the core essence. The core essence of parliamentary form is responsibility. The core essence of presidential is, right? Now, sometimes you get a question. India should, yeah, chalo, let me make a question. Should India follow presidential form of government? I want to ask you, how will you think that question through? सिर्फ इतना सवाल है, should India have? And through that, I just want to ask you and know, how will you structure this question? Answer से ज़्यादा. Should India adopt just tell me how will you structure it? सामने क्वेश्चन को देखो, get your brains active. We already know, fight between two values, fight between accountability and fight between efficiency, stability. If the question says, and there are people who write about this, ऐसा नहीं, दिस इज नॉट एन एलियन कॉन्सेप्ट. इवन इन 2025 आप इसको बस गूगल करिएगा, सर्च करिएगा इन हिंदू, at least 2 good articles you will find, right? Even Shashi Tharoor, for example, would say that India can go for this model. My question is, if you get a question like this, आप सोचोगे कैसे? तब तो लिख पाओगे. Now, what you will tell? Now, basic चीज है. You can have your own variations. For example, if I do the introduction, in the introduction, I can get a context. I can say in the recent times there's a rising, increasing debate where on India adopting a different kind of a model. So I can start with the context, or I can start with a definition. Okay, I can define what the presidential form is, or I can go for a comparison. आप सीधे जाओ, India follows the parliamentary form of government. However, in the recent times, there is a debate on exploring other form of government. Is that clear? That is a comparative sense of introduction, a definition based or a context based. Whatever suits हम लिख सकते हैं. अब हम आएंगे किस पे? Whenever the question says should you adopt something, there have to be some merits, right? I have to explain some merits that you can have, right? Ab merits, when you tell, of course you will tell USA has this system. This is what? Stable, efficient, okay, faster decision making. I will say experts, ये सब हो सकते हैं. Of course I can talk about all the good things about it. These are the merits. However, do you also have to tell demerits? Yes. Demerits or issues. What are the issues in this? Issue is, अब बताओगे आप, same चीज. The issues will again justify why didn't we have it in the first place, which means I will talk about India's diversity, and for you accountability is more important than efficiency and stability, because if there is a stable government, but if it is highly irresponsible, it is an even bigger challenge, right? Second, this has a spoiled system, presidential form of government. What is spoiled system? For example, very recently, how many of you have heard about DOGE, DOGE, US? Elon Musk was supposed to head it, he headed it, then he moved away. Now, Mr. Trump can bring in anybody, of course, does not have to be elected, and that will depend on whims and fancies of Trump. Now, this can be good, but this can also be bad. It can also favor nepotism, corruption, crony capitalism, right? We have known Trump to give a lot of favors to big corporates. He will reduce the taxes. Yes or no? So, spoiled systems aa sakta hai. This is known as, in fact, in your handout, this term should also be there. Can you see the spoiled system? Hai nahi hai isme? Where is it? Acha, haan. Spoiled system. Okay. Now, issues way. And the biggest point you will mention that this is how you answer a question. No major committee has mandate overall on the constitution. This is the weight that will give to answer. Just like we saw on the representativeness and legitimacy of the Constituent Assembly. इसको हम use करेंगे prove करने के लिए. If this was such a valid issue, other commissions would have talked about it. And सबसे important commission होती है ये, National Commission to review the working of Constitution. It has not recommended that you change the existing system. So our answer is, if the current system has some issues, we must work upon it. For example, right now the issue, for example, earlier was Ayaram Gayaram. What did we do? 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act, anti-defection law, more safeguards were there. हमने changes करे हैं. And every system faces crisis. The answer to that is having procedural safeguards and not overhauling the entire system. Existing system को improve करेंगे and not the complete overhaul. Why? Complete overhaul can be dangerous. Are we clear on this? Okay. Okay. Now, take a minute, very quickly go through the difference between these two. Now this is very easy to understand. But जब भी आप revise करोगे, and this is a tip I have, for every topic I will try to do is I will present you the core essence of it. अगर आपको वो याद आ जाए, and this is the format we are following, this is halwa. You know what is halwa? Now it can be gajar, it can be whatever you write, right? So halwa means it is very easy for the people who don't know the Hindi and part of it. Then this is a very easy part. And please remember, in the exam, you don't have to remember the entire table. Nobody is going to replicate that. At max 5 or 6 points, which you can organically deduce in the exam. And sometimes very factual questions like this also get asked in the exam. अब 10 marker में पूछ सकते हैं आपसे basics apart. Right? So in this time, you need to know how to present it. You may draw a table, you can do so, but you can also write that in paragraphs or point wise. That can be done. Take a minute. Gone through this? Okay. Come to the next topic. Now this topic will make a lot of sense. Just I think this will hardly take 10 minutes to complete. And after that we head for a break. अब देखो, major things on basic structure we have known. इसको करेंगे कैसे? जहां ये space बना है, okay? Don't write automatically what I am saying. I will first tell you some important cases, okay? And after that we will be writing some important elements. Fine? How do I go about this? देखो, basic structure is a topic. It is such an important topic that you should know cases beyond Keshavanand Bharati. Many people just focus on Keshavanand Bharati and the answer is done. अपने को पता होनी चाहिए timeline. Fine? When I start about the basic structure doctrine, before I even tell you the cases, core issue क्या है हमारा? What is the core issue? देखो, सबसे core issue क्या है? The main essence. Just this is the line. That's it. Extent of amending power of the parliament. What is the extent? Which means, अब देखो, extent अगर मैंने बोला, there can only be two options. Is it unlimited? But it is limited. Which means, can the parliament amend the constitution? Absolutely. Can the parliament amend preamble? Absolutely. But it cannot do any change which violates the basic structure. Right? अब सोचोगे क्या है ये basic structure? In which article of the constitution is the basic structure mentioned? कहां पे mentioned है? It is nowhere mentioned. Which means then, where do we understand? कहां से आता है? Through the judicial interpretations. This is good, but this is bad also. Why? Because this depends on the judiciary. Nothing is codified yet. There is a huge judicial discretion on what exactly is judicial or what is the basic structure. Right? अब देखो क्या है issue? Extent of amending powers. Right? And again, please remember, this is not codified. कुछ भी नहीं codified इसमें. But it is based on judgments. So there is nothing like कि कहीं पे लिखा हुआ है. This is basic structure. It is only through the progressive judgments that we understand what is it is there. Now, I'm just presenting to you the briefest possible timeline. that will give you some clarity, and this is something that we will prepare for mains, and we will hope that you get a question in the exam so that you can flex your knowledge, and you should know beyond केशवानंद भारती case. ठीक है, कुछ important cases हैं, and I will tell you exam में कुछ cases they have even asked you, go back and see the 10 years पुराना paper है 2016 to 2016. There is a direct question, they have only mentioned the implications of I.R. Coelho case, सिर्फ इतना लिखा है. अगर आपको नहीं पता है I.R. Coelho case is also related to basic structure, you will not be able to solve that answer. So there is a precedent that they are sometimes asking you directly judgment based questions in this, and there are very simple, very limited cases that one has to be aware of. Okay, now I am going to make it like this, something like this, and this is how you will utilize your space. Baki sari cheeze in the handout, factual details are there. Now the very first thing I'll start with is and in सबको explain करने के लिए only one line I will be writing so that you know the essence of the cases. So after Kesavan Bharati case are the easier cases. And if you want to remember, only remember the year of Kesavan Bharati. Baki sare itne important are not very important right now. Shankari Prasad case, Golaknath case, there was a 24th Constitutional Amendment Act. There is a Kesavan Bharati case. There is a 39th Constitutional Amendment. There is Indira Nehru Gandhi case 1975. Minerva Mills you are aware of. Vaman Rao case, I.R. Coelho case. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है इसकी beyond cases नहीं है. LIC of India case है ना, Sajjan Singh case, many cases are there. But this is more than sufficient what you need to know. इससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है आपको. Any kind of question, if you remember this chronology, you will be able to answer. I hope you have some space to write just one line for each of them. What exactly happened in which case, right? We first start with Shankari Prasad case. ठीक है, and देखो जो tussle है, जो timeline है ना, here the fight is there between who? First fight is there, and more specifically the fight is also between FR and DPSP. Let me explain this to you, FR and DPSP. Now when I'm saying FR, fundamental rights, and when I'm saying DPSP, देखो, you have Article 14. During that time you had Article 19. Right to property was the fundamental right. You also have right Article 21. Okay, and you have DPSPs. ये है पूरा क्रक्स फाइट का. नाउ the state had to minimize inequality and the state had to reduce the concentration of wealth, right? इसके लिए क्या करना है हमें? लैंड रिफॉर्म्स. तो डीपीएसपी का मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था? लैंड रिफॉर्म्स. seems to be very good. Everybody wants to have land reforms. But when I look to this side, fundamental rights, अब इसमें क्या है, वन इज योर राइट टू इक्वालिटी, you also have a proper fundamental right to property. Now state wants to redistribute the land, you will say bhai this is my fundamental right. Don't you think this will be a clash? This is a complex legal battle. अब issue क्या है, whether DPSP supersede FR or FR supersede DPSP, and this was a complex legal dispute for many cases, and this debate was finally settled in the Minerva Mills case, when the harmony between FR and DPSP is a basic feature of the Constitution. Do we agree on this? समझ आ रहा है हमें? ठीक है, अब जब जाते हैं इस पे वापस, शंकरी प्रसाद केस, गोलकनाथ केस, ओनली मेन थिंग यू हैव टू रिमेंबर, ठीक है? शंकरी प्रसाद केस will simply say Parliament can amend anything, right? तो यहां पे पार्लियामेंट इज सुप्रीम, इतना याद रखो, you will understand it means parliament can amend anything. Very simple. And please remember the context. There are two issues happening parallelly: parliament versus judiciary on the limitations of amending power, and second the issue of FR versus DPSP. And parliament will be very chalak. They know their powers will be curtailed. उन्होंने क्या बुद्धि लगाई शुरू में? First Constitutional Amendment Act creates a 9th schedule. Anything that is put to the 9th schedule is beyond judicial review. अब देखो, I've used another term. Judiciary के पास judicial review है, Article 13, 32, 226. That is judicial review. What is judicial review? Court can pronounce on the constitutional validity of executive as well as legislative actions. ठीक है, आपने क्या करा? First Constitutional Amendment Act, you have made a 9th schedule. You have bypassed judiciary. And in this case, Shankari Prasad case, साफ है, Parliament can amend anything, any part of the Constitution. There is no limitation on Parliament's amending power. That is the whole idea. This was there for many years because this is the case of 1950s, and this is the time when the first Constitutional Amendment Act also had come in. Okay, Shankari Prasad, don't remember the year. This is a case far later in 1967. Now this will try, it will simply say Parliament's amending power are limited, as simple as that. Parliament does not have unlimited amending powers, right? Now again tussle will happen. You have 24th, this is to be done to nullify Golaknath judgment. आप देखो, constant struggle is happening. Sometimes Parliament is taking a precedent, sometimes judiciary. Judiciary in the Golaknath case will say Parliament's power to amend is going to be limited. Parliament cannot amend anything fundamentally. To circumvent that, they will now create a 24th Constitutional Amendment Act simply to nullify what is there. And they will simply add, for example, हर एक चीज का they will create a exception. Something or some article that has been added is an exception. So on this 24th, write just one factual detail. And again, if you prepare it well here in the prelims, these points will be very easy for you to understand. Twenty-fourth में लिखो, just write one line just so that you are aware of. And of course, I hope you know, Golaknath had overruled Shankari Prasad. Right, for in the 24th, लिखो it reaffirmed. 24th में लिखो it reaffirmed Parliament's power. It reaffirmed Parliament's power to amend any part of Constitution. Simple. It will try to bring it to Shankari Prasad level. It reaffirmed Parliament's power to amend any part of the constitution, any part of the constitution, right? Now you will have Keshavan Bharati case. What this will introduce? Simply it means, देखो अब ये केस की वर्डिंग कैसी है? It says Parliament can amend any part of the constitution. It agrees with 24th constitutional amendment. So one thing is it upheld 24th CA, right? But you also know when judiciary upholds anything, वो उसमें terms and conditions and clauses and this लगाएगा. It upheld, it again reiterates Parliament can amend any part of the constitution. But just like na, mutual funds are subject to market risk. Small. साफ साफ लिखा है, but keeping the basic structure in mind. And this is the first time when you will talk about the basic structure. So the invention of the basic structure, doctrine, etc. will happen in the Keshavan Bharati case. So don't be confused कि सर ये तो क्यों affirm कर रहा है? Affirm कर रहा है, yes. But it says it does not, should not impact the basic structure of the constitution. Is that clear? ये में समझ में आ गया? अब आते हैं इस पे. अब now you need to know the context of the times. 1975 is the time of emergency. ये 1975 में आया है. Here the leaders will try to put their elections beyond judicial review. Okay, तो इसमें लिखो 39th में लिखो election of president, vice president, prime minister, which means during Indira Gandhi times, election of president, vice president, prime minister and speaker put beyond judicial review. President, vice president, prime minister, bracket में लिखो Indira Gandhi, and speaker beyond judicial review. Okay, now this is a very important landmark case, because the very next case 1975 में हुआ, in the Indira Nehru Gandhi case 1975, Supreme Court will struck down 39th, and this is the case where Supreme Court will say free and fair elections are a basic structure of the constitution. Free and fair elections are the basic structure of the constitution. So Keshavan Bharati case 39th में elections to be put beyond judicial review. Indira Gandhi case, it struck down. That is why some amendments, I am telling you what happened with them, whether they were upheld, whether they were struck down. Indira Gandhi case, this had been struck down, fine. And the core essence is free, fair elections are a part of basic structure, right? अभी जब आप अपना handout देखोगे, अब आपको यहाँ साफ साफ दिखेगा free and fair elections, Indira Gandhi case. But when you directly read all these points, it will not make much sense. That is why you need to know the timeline. Clear है? अब आ जाओ Minerva Mills, this we already know. Minerva Mills reaffirmed KB and harmony of FR and DPSP. तो दो ही चीज करी इसने, reaffirmed KB, Keshavan Bharati, and harmony of FR and DPSP. Simple हो गया. Harmony between FR and DPSP is the part of basic structure. This is Minerva Mills case, right? Harmony between FR and DPSP. ठीक है, right? ये script थोड़ी सी अलग वो है, script मुश्किल पड़ेगा समझना, but ठीक है, this is what I'm saying. Now Vaman Rao case, just remember the keyword cut off date. देखो केशवन भारती केस क्या है, 24th year, ठीक है. Now Vaman Rao case will say the cut off date. It means anything after this date will be subject to basic structure, but anything before the date उस पे retrospective application नहीं होगा. So it is the Vaman Rao case which helps us understand the cut off date. What is the cut off date? Cut off date exactly वही date है केशवन भारती केस की, but through this case we understand that anything that is after the cut off date will be subject to judicial review. So it emphasizes on the cutoff date. What is cutoff date? 24th April 1973. ये समझ गए हम लोग. अब आते हैं IR कोहेलो केस. थोड़ी सी इसको इज्जत ज्यादा देंगे. It is already a PYQ of Mains 2016. Now, IR Coelho case, the essence of IR Coelho case is ninth schedule is not beyond judicial review. अब लिखो इसको. And whenever you write IR Coelho case, you will also pair it with Vaman Rao case. When I say ninth schedule is not beyond judicial review, आपको कौन सा amendment लिखना पड़ेगा? First constitutional amendment. Who was India's prime minister during first constitutional amendment? This is also a UPSC prelims question of 2019. ये तक भी पूछा है आपसे. Now, ninth schedule is now beyond judicial review या है? It is not beyond judicial review. First thing, which means first constitutional amendment act की बात है. And second, also you have to qualify. It means only the things that are added after 24th April 1973. सिर्फ उस पे, not entire. Which means I will again have to reference Vaman Rao case. Sometimes in tough prelims questions, वो IR Coelho Vaman Rao को साथ में देते हैं, and you get confused. Vaman Rao case is the cutoff date. So it will talk about anything that has been added after this will be subject to judicial review. Very important. ठीक है? Now I will want that after the revision, ये सारे के सारे केसेस आपके टिप्स पे हो. ठीक है? अभी रिवाइज करते हैं. बहुत सिंपल टाइमलाइन है. And by the end of today's class also, ये आपको याद हो जाएगी. And just revise it a couple of times. You will have a lot of clarity in mains as well as prelims. I'll start again. Basic structure doctrine. What is the essence? Extent of limiting powers of parliament. Limited, unlimited. ये issue था. पहली चीज. Now let us go to the timeline. I'm starting with Shankari Prasad case. And when I say timeline, I already know two things are happening. Parliament and judiciary is fighting on amending powers, and ultimate the fight is between FR versus DPSP. FR may which articles? 14, 19, 21. We can also include 31 later on. And in DPSP which articles? 39B, 39C. Right now it is not important that you know exactly what is written in 39B and C, because that you will do anyways in prelims. Prelims में when you read the bare acts for at least DPSPs, वो याद हो जाएगा. Essence क्या है? Prevent concentration of wealth and minimize inequality. So essence is land reform. अब हम शुरू करते हैं किससे? We are starting with Shankari Prasad case. Essence क्या है भाई Shankari Prasad case? Parliament's power are unlimited. Parliament can amend any part of the constitution. This goes on for a very long time, almost 16 years. Right? So first constitutional amendment act, ninth schedule, things are put beyond judicial review, fine. अब आता है गोलकनाथ केस 1967. गोलकनाथ केस का एसेंस क्या है? It limits the amending power of the parliament. अब इसमें I have not told you technicalities. Article 13, 13 clause 2, what is that? That is more relevant for prelims perspective. Even if you know that Golaknath case is related to limiting the amending powers of the parliament, and second you will always write, इसलिए timeline याद रखो, Golaknath case reverses which case? Shankari Prasad case. हो गया? Now this is set that parliament's power are not unlimited. Okay, they are limited. Now parliament will say कि भाई let us do something creative. आज कुछ तूफानी करते हैं. What is that? 24th Constitutional Amendment Act. What they will try to say, again reaffirm, we can amend any part of the constitution. Fine. Then you will have Keshavan Bharti case 1973. It upheld 24th Constitutional Amendment Act, but subject to basic structure. Correct hai? Next, after that, I will remember 1973. I already know time of emergency. In emergency, during Indira Gandhi's time, she will try to put her election and other people beyond judicial review. कौन सा amendment है वो? 39th Constitutional Amendment Act, and that very year you have Indira Nehru Gandhi case 1975. That struck down 39th. Second, free and fair elections are a part of basic structure. एकदम clear है अपने को? अब आगे आओ. Now major fight is done. I can even include 42nd, फिर complicate हो जाएगा, right? 42nd को reverse करेगा 44th. हमें सिर्फ याद रखना है अब Minerva Mills, reaffirmed Keshavan Bharti case, and both, right? It will say harmony of FR and DPSP are important. अब सिर्फ दो चीज बची. Cut off date, which case? Waman Rao case. Anything that is added after 24th April 1973 will be subject to judicial review. उसके बाद क्या आएगा? आयर कोहेलो. Things added in the 9th schedule are not beyond judicial review at the cutoff date, right? That means judicial review is also applicable there. Till here are we able to follow? And if you practice it, ये बहुत आसान है. The things we have done till now, the more you reinforce it, the better it is, right? Recall पे focus करेंगे. Now when you go through your handout, अब बहुत आसान है handout, ठीक? Now what are the elements of judicial review, right? What are the elements of basic structure? There is judicial review already, fine. अब यहाँ पे ब्रैकेट में देखो आर्टिकल 13, 32, 226. (13, 32, 226). Second आ जाओ. Federalism is a part of basic structure. Now when I do the topic federalism, this can be introduction, this can be conclusion. Federalism is the part of basic structure. इससे strong conclusion हो ही नहीं सकता. As per which case? SR Bomai case. Right? We have a parliamentary form of government. We have just done parliamentary form. What is the core essence? अब जो सवाल मैंने पूछा था आपसे, which question, the question I had asked you, second ARC सरकारिया, उससे ज्यादा strong point क्या है? Parliamentary form of government is the basic structure of the constitution. This is how you will use basic structure. You have to use whatever value in the conclusion. इससे strong conclusion हो ही नहीं सकता. If something is a part of basic structure, why do we want to change that? Yes. Now coming back, limited amending power of the government. ये तो clear है. This was done. लिखो bracket में KB case, Keshavan Bharati case. That is the genesis. And now you will again recall the very first topic we started with, constitution. Constitution is about limiting the amending power. Yes or no? Limited government, constitutional government. Now Keshavan Bharati case also says constitution is supreme. ये point we will use when we talk about UK. UK says parliament is sovereign. We say constitution is sovereign. And now you will write, as per Keshavan Bharati case, constitutional supremacy is the part of basic structure. So देखो, these points ना, what otherwise you see are random points है नहीं. I need to know which point to be used where, then I know the benefit of it, right? अब welfare state. Did I tell you about welfare state today? Which article did I tell you? 44 is UCC. 38, ठीक है? अब यहाँ लिखो 38. Now this is something, देखो क्या होता है? Any good information I know, I will commit to my memory. Welfare state. अब go back to the socialism का mind map. Welfare state is the part of, remember this case, Bhim Ji Singh Ji case. This is a constant thing. जाओ सोशलिज्म के माइंड मैप पे, उसमें ये भी डाल दो. वेलफेयर स्टेट, आई हैव टोल्ड यू आर्टिकल 38. अब उससे एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है ये भीम जी सिंह जी केस. आवर कमिटमेंट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर. जस्ट इमेजिन, ठीक है? नाउ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स, वी विल अगेन सी द टॉपिक टुडे. वी सॉ सेक्युलरिज्म राइट नाउ, ठीक? अब यहां पे लिखो ब्रैकेट में सेक्युलरिज्म. एसआर बोमई केस. एसआर बोमई केस टॉक्स अबाउट बोथ फेडरलिज्म एज वेल एज सेक्युलरिज्म. Free and fair elections, now everybody knows in the class. This case struck down which amendment? 39th, we know it, ठीक है? Harmony between FRDPSP, लिखो ब्रैकेट में, Minerva Mills case. Now you will feel BSD से आसान कुछ भी नहीं है. Rule of law, Indira Sahni case. And lastly, democracy, Kuldeep Nair case. Last two cases right now you will not be able to recall, I am telling you, क्योंकि कोई रेफरेंस पॉइंट नहीं दिमाग में, ठीक है? सो विच इज व्हाई डोंट बॉदर कि हर चीज एक बार में आएगी. इंदिरा साहनी केस आई विल रिपीट मेनी टाइम्स व्हेन आई डू रिजर्वेशन टुडे विद यू. फिर एक रेफरेंस पॉइंट बनेगा, ओके? देन यू विल रिमेंबर, अच्छा रूल ऑफ लॉ आई विल लिंक इट टू इंदिरा साहनी आल्सो. यू कैन ओनली रिमेंबर थिंग्स व्हेन यू हैव अ रेफरेंस पॉइंट. अदरवाइज क्या होगा? टू मच ऑफ क्राइमिंग इज नेवर हेल्पफुल. और मेंस में तो और भी नहीं है. मेंस में द एबिलिटी शुड बी टू organically think, generate points. हाँ, value addition के लिए देखो आप इसको. Now, if I come to merits of basic structure, आप सोच के बताओ. Don't look at the handout. सोच के बताओ. What is the benefit of basic structure doctrine? I will say it creates a limited government. सबसे important. दूसरा, prevents tyranny of executive. Then और कुछ? creates, very good point, creates checks and balance. अब देखो significance ना, if you have done the other parts well, just modify these parts and use it. It creates a good system of elections. Why free and fair elections are a part of it? Yes or no? So I can use it. So checks and balances, like constitutionalism, democracy, these are all the values that are there. As simple as that. And don't be limited by just these values. There are way too many things that I can talk about. All of that is a benefit. In fact, जो points हमने देखे थे ना, what a constitution does, उसको reform करके हम यहाँ पे लिख सकते हैं. It ensures that who holds power actually holds power. The power is not distorted, power is not diffused. It actually limits the power. Yes or no? So I know what are the merits of BSD. Almost everybody here knows. And now you know a lot of judgments to prove that also. You know the evolution of cases to prove that. Last point to remember in this BSD is the limitations of BSD, basic structure doctrine. अब सोच के बताओ. सबसे पहली बात, it is not codified and not defined. Second, it depends on interpretation of judiciary. What is that? There is a lot of discretion, right? अब यहाँ पे there's a good keyword, please underline it. This keyword, you use it again and again. Tyranny of the unelected. Sometimes this term is used against judiciary. अब देखो, लोग पार्लियामेंट में इलेक्ट होके आए, they enjoy people's mandate. What they want to do, judiciary कहेगी नहीं भाई, this is not allowed. But judiciary is not elected, right? So this term is known as tyranny of the unelected. In a democracy, whose mandate should be followed? People. People have elected their parliamentarians. ये issue हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? If judiciary is doing too much of intervention, this phrase is known as tyranny of the unelected without their any accountability. See the example. A sitting CJI back then had a sexual harassment case, but there were no repercussions. Fine. Indeterminacy, यहाँ पे लिखेंगे it is not codified and defined. ये issue है. Indeterminate, you are not clear on what it is. Fine. Of course, it creates a scope for judicial activism. Now, judiciary said, NJAC, यहाँ पे लिखेंगे 99th constitutional amendment. Judiciary struck it down. NJAC को. Right? And when it struck it down, what did it say? It violates the basic structure. Right? Judicial accountability. There are two things in appointment. One is responsibility, accountability. One is independence. Independence versus accountability. So judiciary said it violates our independence. Right? That is why they struck it down. So the point is, it can lead to judicial activism, and more important than activism, more dangerous will be judicial overreach. Again, one of the criticism is ultimate legal sovereignty lies with the people and ultimately their representatives, but it is not getting represented. Same cheez yaad karo. Justice Indu Malhotra. Constitutional morality becomes judges' morality. So basic structure doctrine is judges' doctrine. That is the issue. Clear hai? So basic structure ka main criticism is it is not codified, continuously evolving, depends on the interpretation of judiciary. This is the criticism of basic structure doctrine. But the major development, a major good thing about that is it helps us understand what is the limit of amending powers of the parliament. Is that clear? Okay. Now we head for a break. After the break, we continue with, these are more factual topics, different amendments the constitution has had. We'll continue with that. And after that, we move on to smaller topics like citizenship, and then I move to fundamental rights. Okay? Now, people who are watching this online and people here also, in case you're watching this from a link, right now this whole part was streamed live on YouTube, right? Now, after the break, there will be a new link for you to join. Okay? This link will now end. Anybody who's watching this online, please make sure, I think the link is already there in your group. If not, I'll again check if it is uploaded. Nahi jo class, the class after the break that will resume, will start from a new link. Okay? And the people who are watching this, in case this was again for you a demo kind of a lecture on Vajra, in case you want to know more about Vajra, other programs that we have, you can reach out to the team, right? Now, that said, वापस कब मिलना है सबसे important सवाल? इतनी तो बात कर ली freedom की, limited government की, right? कब मिलेंगे वापस? चलो, you have a 45-minute break. Okay.